Welcome to the Scrabble stream. Let's play some Scrabble. We're going to be going first in this round. This is round one of this week's edition of the Scrabble SunDeca group that we've been playing with recently. Before we talk too much, let's actually make our first play here. I'm not seeing something that would stretch one of the heavy tiles over to the double letter. I don't really like the double N on this sleeve, but I think we'll have to go with it. Taking out the blank right away, we'll see what we can do with that. Running 8 rounds today. It's typically a round-robin group, but then today I think they're actually fairly short on players, so we might have quite a lot of repeats. But we'll see exactly what transpires. Now, we don't have that much flexibility here, but I'm looking at an ER ending going here. Do we actually have something that fits? I'm probably blanking on some word that actually does work here. But having double R and double N is a bit of a problem. And so, not necessarily counting on it. Very strange that there wouldn't be anything here, though. Maybe I am missing something. But I think we had better just play out of this. We'll try to leave that ER lane open, even though it does stretch all the way to the double in a rather risky way. I think we just want to give ourselves a little bit of flexibility here. Okay, this will have lots of bingos available. I'm trying to see if maybe there is something that will give us the double-double. Although the C does kind of get in the way for that. So we'll see if anything will go. We'll definitely be able to hit something. Also, I realized that I killed off my own ER idea by playing the N down below, but that's okay. At the very least, we're going to have something like centers down the right side. It'll probably be better to play something that stretches down here. There are quite a few options that might be available. Let's see if we have something that will go under. For that, the placement is a little bit of an inconvenience, so I think we'll probably just end up going like this instead. Unless, of course, we can do something like 10 rex, that's about 74, dangles the S on the right side. Although this leaves a whole bunch of floaters here, 78. I think we'll just go for the other position. Yeah, let's not stress over this one too much. We'll get the second blank. Trying to see if we have something that would go through here with the X. Or pretty close to something like unmixing, but no, you've got the A to deal with. Very close to other things like exhuming and so on. Shouldn't neglect the possibility of something that would have an X at the end. some things here are a little bit awkward, but we'll just have to see what my opponent is holding. There is the possibility of playing ing through this end here. Not anymore. Trying to see here if we have something that's a good possibility, just going to the Z right now, just to take the points on that, but not seeing it just yet. Or alternatively, finishing something down below here. It would have to be with ZA. Just to maybe close off the possibility of something coming here and hitting rather hard. I'm not really seeing something that I can play directly to the Z at the moment. We should actually look at this one. Unfortunately, I don't think I have something that will work. However, here, what if we might have to burn the blank on this, but if you have something like Myrex, no, 58, that's not worth the blank, I don't think. Not nearly good enough. But if we can draw into an E, then that might do something. Difficult call here, I think. We're burning way too much time on this turn as well. So if I can do something like here, maybe setting up the X on the left side, and then we leave the possibility of something with the X on the right side. But there's nothing really convenient here in terms of the leave. So I might just be missing something really obvious. Why don't we dump these? This looks so silly, but then we're much closer to having something playable. We still don't have something that will go over to the X spot on the right. Maybe we should have just burnt the blank for the 50-something, but at the very least, we can just go Ixia over here for 33 and then dump a little bit of that. But let's see what happens. Yeah, because I was thinking if you dump the UG there, at least you kind of unblock the V on the left side that's being a problem right now, and then we rack manage a little bit. We're maybe not ahead by enough to be making plays like that. Not really the best. I think this turn we definitely want to be dealing with the Z spot. If it is just spending the X on Ixia, maybe we'll just have to do that. 2 consonants and a blank out of that. Might just have to be the way to go. I'm trying to see if there's something that would be through the E. You'll notice that we're actually pretty close to something like examine, except we have just one tile short of actually having something like examining, which is a 9-letter word. Gorditas, that's got to be good. Right, Gordita? Yeah. However, this actually leaves this open for something that I can do here, like with Ixia as a parallel for 64. Let's see if that's actually what I want to do. I think maybe Nix might be slightly better here. Although Ixia would be better at defending against this lane. Do we want to defend against that lane, given that we actually want to leave things open for our own bingo to follow up, perhaps? So, Nyx for 61. Ixia here for 64. I guess it really depends on what we want to leave to be. So here it's easier to follow up on the left with Max. I think we will leave it open. We got the blank. We want to be going for the bingo. Amoretti through R or E. We don't have that. Let's see if we have something else that would maybe go through here. Not quite something like totemic. Tritoma. Tritoma, I think, is good. T-R-I, but it's not going to fit there. However, it'll fit here. I should put up the notepad since we're playing. So I'm looking at Tritoma as being the play on the left side. And we'll see if... I'm trying to look at whether there's something down the I here as well. On the previous play, I was thinking that we could follow up with something that's an MA or MI start down here. Tritoma is going to be blocked. However, we have the other spot for it down here. Certainly hope this is correct. Unless I'm mixing it up with like Tritonia or something. We have Gloated. I'm actually doubting it now that I put it down. Tritoma. We have to remember this is a 5-point challenge, not double challenge. I actually can't afford to be too risky. Gloated is going to go down here if our current play stays on. Not 100% on it now that I look at it. I was sure about it when I wrote it down. Okay, it's going to be taken anyway, so Yux is going to go here. Gloated is going to hook off the G there. It does leave open a pretty heavy spot as counterplay, but we're pulling ahead by enough that I don't think I can afford not to take that, unless, of course, we have something through the I that would be safer, which we should actually take a moment to look at, because I think there might be something in there. The G and D combination without an N to go with it, though, might shut that down. It's one of those things that looks like a really high probability 8, but one where I should recognize it immediately if there were something. I think we go Gloated, and hopefully you don't get hit too far, too hard rather, on the E spot. And I will obviously be taking that spot if it's not taken first. The Z has been open all this time. TREZ is going to go there if we want. It does open up lanes on the left for some kind of counterplay, so it might be in our interest to leave that closed. Obviously, if the triple is still available down below, we'll go for the triple first if we have something there. I don't see a 7. Possibly I just don't know the 7. Drazel, that's probably right, but I'm actually not sure I've seen it. But do I want to give my opponent back 5 for that? I don't know. Let's take a look here, because I think we're probably just going to go Reb here for 24, and then there are still... Oh, we actually should take a look at this. I is still technically open. Although the placement isn't going to be too flexible there. It's either going to be the 3rd or 4th tile. I think we rack manage a little bit here and get rid of the doubled letters. And then we're in a good position to follow up with another bingo after that, despite how obstructed the board looks at the moment. There could, of course, be some extensions that we can take from that afterwards, like, I don't know, rebaters or something. Rebaters? Berators? I don't know. Let's just take it. A tireless through an E. We don't have that. IEST endings might be possible. Listers, relists, but realistically, it's going to have to go through the I, whatever we come up with here. So let me think about this. We should see if, we're a little consonant heavy to have something that will go to the D or the R at the moment. Sisterly to an L. Sorry, to a Y, rather. Would be spectacular, but we're not going to have it. So can we do something here to manage this in a way that isn't going to make it extremely obvious what I'm trying to set up? I mean, I guess we can at least maybe continue to keep ERST for the same spots. 2 I's still in the bag, 3 E's. QU situation is still coming at some point. Let's think about this, because I'm still trying to see. I mean, let's try to see if we can see a 7 here that would have a plural. That's, I mean, this wouldn't have a plural, for instance, but I'm trying to see if maybe there would, yeah, and then it would be siltier there. So yeah, neither of those will just take an S on the end. So probably no 8 here through the I. I think we just take this spot. It's too bad, because if we were drawing into the Q, that would be an amazing spot for the Q. Obviously, Q plays are still available on the top as well. There's the Q. Maybe we should have kept the I. Okay, in terms of the Q, then how do we manage it? Because the Q is really going to slow us down here quite a bit. 12 in a bag at the moment. It is very vowel heavy. Probably, yeah, NY is going to kill a lot, because FY I think doesn't take anything in the bag. F does take an E on the right. So this would score 24 or so, for instance. I actually almost think that we just dump Q for 11 here, unless we're very clear about what we're drawing into it. The problem, it's actually tempting to exchange here, to be honest, just change in QOO. But there's some possibility, well, we know my opponent isn't going to hold the Q in the current rack, but if he draws into the Q, there's still some Q risk that is going to be going around here. So, and Ezelis, you said you met this guy before he was really good when he played on the NWL tour. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't know who this is. This is a Thai player. The Thai players I always just assume are extremely good. But this is my first time playing with him, I think. I think we might have to dump the Q for 11 or exchange. My concern right now is that, yeah, we're not really in bingo position, but I think we need to dump the Q. This is going to be too much of a problem. Now, let's take a look at this carefully, because Yeah, that's going to hit, and my time is not great right now. I am trying to look at the D up top to see if we have a way to deal with it, but realistically, I think we just continue scoring. 6 in the bag, very vowel heavy still. And we just try to score. Maybe I should put the R there, F-E-R, to keep the T spot for the I here. That's actually a bit of an oversight because now, unless I spin the S there, we don't really have a great way to deal with that spot either. The hardest thing that's going to hit here from my opponent's side will be something like the M. But it looks like you wouldn't have something that would be M something UN here either. So maybe that's not a problem for us. But we'll see. Anyway, 4 in the bag. I don't think we're too worried about something that would put the U here. There's nothing going to go for GI that's going to do that. Nice placement with the max there with me. One in the bag. I mean, we can maybe go 10 here and then force something. Or we can play heavily and try to go for out in 2. I don't know that we have a good way to do that. Something like Pood here, that's only 11. But then there's some possibility of an out in 2. I don't see what would it be with the U draw, though. We can maybe dump the O and then threaten something, but then likely it'll be blocked, so. But there's some possibility of something like personal over here, for instance. Okay, that's got to be something through. Let's get the alphagrams down here for a moment. Parodies would not fit, but there's something. Parodies, diaspora, neither one will fit. So the D hook is not going to be the one. The L with something like an AL ending, I don't see it either. So let's, yeah, I don't think the bingo is going to happen. Let's see, unless it's something through to the R with a doubled R. I don't think it's going to happen, essentially. There is Sopier if we are just given a hook for it, but I don't think my opponent will do that. With 5 minutes to look at this, it's not going to happen. That would be a massive blunder if we're just given Sopier. Likely, we'll just play Sopier by itself, and unless I have a really good way to play off the P in this position here instead. AANU for my opponent. I don't know what they're seeing as something like an out in 2. I think we should just go down to the L if we can. Like with just parole, unless we have something. I think we just take it for 24. That would be a plus 20 for me, 440. So my opponent would need a 15 out with AANU. I don't see what they're looking at for that. Because with a doubled A, I think we're probably safe. And we've got plenty of possibilities here for out in 2. IS on the right here, 8, 6 there, 8 there. There are probably far better possibilities I'm just not really looking at the moment. But in this kind of tight situation, let's not go over time and let's not take unnecessary risk. This is going to be a close finish. So yeah, I'm essentially worth 440 right now. My opponent needs 16 points out for a win. I don't think he's going to get it. I've got an easy out in 2. What was even out last in the bag when I played off the O? It was I in the bag last. So yeah, had we gone with a longer play. Okay, AUA is going to go down there. I think we just take the win here then with 8 points. Very close one. All words are valid. Yeah, if I hesitated for a moment right after I played Tritoma because I wondered if I got that wrong, but no, it is correct. Now, usually this group runs pretty briskly and we don't have much time to look at the games in between, but we can zip through quickly just to take a look. Let me just update today's record first because we are going to be going into round 2 up 1 game. Tough match, this one. And yeah, we won't have time to look at this right now. The round 2 calls already come in, so let's just hit ready check for that and we'll get back in. Hopefully I'm able to stay long enough today to actually look at some of the games on stream afterwards. Woogles also has a new post-game analyzer feature that runs it through a proper sim, but you are limited to 5 requests a day right now. It is throttled because it sends it to the Macondo engine in the back end, and then it's an interesting feature because it runs through the sim, calculates your equity loss per turn, and then estimates the rating that you played at for that game, which is interesting. Now, I'm guessing, yeah, we want to get rid of the V sometimes. I was trying to see if we could have a place to go view or viewee or something. Something like this is actually surprisingly defensive. I don't like keeping GYS out of that, but if we can, I might even just go like this, but 17 here, 21 here. If we have a better way to do this, this is 13, but it's actually maybe surprisingly not horrible. It'll totally look like a massive consonant dump. It does leave the double on the O open afterwards, but do we particularly care about that? I don't know about that. This is such a silly play. But I actually don't even know if wave V with the E like this would work. I actually don't know if that's valid, and I'm not going to try it. I'm going to do this. Double blank. Okay. Probably we'll just do something to the T if it remains open. Like Gooseiest or something, or something else that would land a G there instead, or we can think about it. Double blank is mostly a risk to your clock more than anything. Or even like something like trilogies down below, that would land a G. Yeah, double blank mostly just kills your clock like crazy. But I don't expect this T to stay open as is. It's a pretty obvious place to go for my opponent to be taking something in that area, but maybe not. Okay, there's The Q going down. I think we just go trilogies and. Oh, that actually. Did I completely misestimate how many letters in trilogies? I totally did. That's a 9-letter word. Okay, I can't spell apparently. So I'm thinking something GISET, but what would it be? Let me think about this. Surprisingly hard to see. Yeah, I shouldn't burn time on this. It's okay if we take like a 3-point loss of doing something slightly worse. Let's not waste time on it. We'll just go goosiest. There's definitely something that will just land a G in the proper spot there, but double blank is just a nightmare sometimes. It's not unthinkable that there is something like an 8 that would work with this rack. Like diacetyls, I don't know. Probably something similar. I wouldn't try this myself necessarily, but it looks plausible, doesn't it? It looks like something chemical, but 5-point challenge, I don't know well enough. And there's no S hook that fits naturally for that right now anyway, so we'll probably just manage to rack a little bit, unless there, of course, is something that we can see with something like the ly ending, perhaps. At the very least, something like acidly. I don't even know if that takes a front hook or something, but it'll be interesting. Oh, there is an E to play through, potentially. Let's take a look at this properly. Because if we can do something like a Y ending over there, that would obviously be nice. But I'm not sure I see it. I think we'll probably just close up on the top side. I have to remember YID is not acceptable in Collins anymore. It was removed, I think. But we can go YAD here, perhaps. Takes D on top of it, but I think we'll go with it. And then at least obstruct a little bit. There's still some possibilities of at least double street here. And of course, we're going to play off the A and draw 3 A's into that, which sometimes will happen. So we'll just probably play Songbird, not bad. We'll probably just try to dump some of this stuff out. 14 over there. I mean, what else are we going to do, right? So little bit heavy right now. I'm still trying to see if we have possibility of landing the K in the heavy spot there if we can, but I don't really see it at the moment. I didn't think about this spot for the Y earlier, actually, and perhaps we should have. Now, we will probably just go spank here for 62. And that's a good spanking. I'm assuming Phoebe takes the S. I think it is a noun for something feeble, right? Or, well, that's the kind of thing we think about after we've made the play. Duomi, very nice. Still trying to see if we have something that would perhaps go over here. But I'm not seeing it yet. Now, we actually do have the CH parallel available over here if we want to go something like here, or probably going right, actually. I don't, and you know what, let's play up to T as well. It's not bad, actually, 41. I don't like keeping the double L like that, but we'll deal with it. Still trying to see now if we have something that would land the Z there, and I don't see it. Something TZ as an ending. Not yet. So we'll see. The AE there kind of closes off anything that'll go down to the double, so that's not going to be a concern. We should see about, I mean, ZO here would work, but then we'd probably want to go ZOL for that. And dump one of the L's. That's probably best. And then that's 48. I mean, we're not going to argue with that, I think. Very consonant heavy at the moment. 5 E's, 5 I's in a bag. Very unbalanced. Right now, things are kind of nicely shut off on the right side. We're ahead by enough that we probably don't want to risk too much of an opening. Nevertheless, we do need to get rid of some of this stuff. I'm still looking at this spot in case something goes there eventually, but I currently don't have sufficient vowels to take advantage of it. It would be very tempting to just go dent over here, but then you kind of dangle a lane next to it. There is technically a lane that looks promising here. There is one S remaining for S hook lanes going either way like this. And Derv is going to go. I have to remember. Yeah, Derv I think is a Collins 4. I'm not 100%. It's like a Dervish or something. I might be confusing with something else. Well, in this kind of situation, I think we need to just dump out some stuff. So this is a bit dangerous. There's the possibility of a 5s with an X over here. This only scores 5 points as well. There is, of course, a very promising S hook with an ending S that we would dangle with something like that. But I don't know that we have much that we can do for managing rack unless we just flat out exchange out of it. Instead of playing 8 and opening up tons of risk. I actually might just do a change 5, keep NT. Unless we really see a play that allows me to keep ahead a little bit, like maybe something through here. It's very closed off at the moment. I think we change 5. LNRTU. We might pick up something interesting. I mean, there's J and X available right now. There's, well, pretty heavy with the E's and the I's. Would need some vowels. The S might still be of some use here. I think we actually change 5. I'm not seeing a good alternative. So let's go LNRTU. Okay. That's interesting. Now J's going to hit for 40. That's the problem. We don't have an E to play through for something like exerting, as nice as that would have been. So I'm trying to see if there is an alternative spot that would work really well for the X right now. I'm actually tempted. Now, here's the thing about J. J leaves a massive S spot to the left. As we don't have the S, I say we close over 12. That almost evens things up, and it leaves me a pretty good lead for something that would go. Although maybe I don't have a very clear idea of what I would be fishing into if we did that. I'm trying to see if we still have something that would maybe go through as well. It is very tempting to just dump this for 12, though. It kills the S spot, still might draw into something decent. I'd be playing it from behind at this point, though, and I don't know what. If we draw into something like the D, we get dextrin. I'm actually not seeing that much else in the pool that's very promising for this. It looks very, very fishy. The other possibility is we just go something like this for ticks. Keep GRN. I actually think we do it. Yeah. Because then we at least play into that. Now, we need to deal with the S spot on the right, on the left. I think that with the J being a bit of a scoring play, it still has some possibility that that's the thing that is dangling with my opponent keeping it as is very possible. Now, of course, if you're playing this over here, it probably means you don't have shouted because there's a shouted that would go here. It actually scored decently, but it does tell me that my opponent was not holding S on that turn and is probably trying to explicitly draw into it for the left side. Trying to see if we would have something, not as an 8 or anything. I'm just trying to find something. I might even just dump a lot of stuff out. Do we want to do that on this bag? I guess we'd basically be trying to outdraw to the S. There's nothing that's going to be too much of a risk under the I. That's what scores a 9, though. That's terrible. This might not be bad, except double R is still going to be extremely obstructive. 17 though, I mean, it keeps us somewhat competitive. I don't like keeping the double R though. We're running a little low on time. Okay, we've got the S. The S might be critical. No A's in the bag, otherwise we would be looking at something with an SP ending. I don't think we'll have something with an ESP ending, unfortunately. Now, there's nothing other than the C that's really going to hit hard there as a single tile play. So unless my opponent is just playing off the C by itself, the S might actually remain open. I think here, 6 in the bag, I don't like dropping that E. What we might need is a bingo tile. If I can avoid doing that, that'd be best, but it looks like it might be a W setup, so I think we might be forced to deal with it. Okay, 3 in the bag, so close to something like winners. But yeah, we are, of course, pretty far down on time, and I have not been paying attention to this spot here, but nothing is going to go there at this point, because after editor, the O was the only tile that would hook there, and it is down. So no possibilities on that side. Probably what's going to go is something like win here. Parallels to that aren't going to hit too hard. At this point, it's likely that if my opponent empties the bag, we'll be looking for an out and 2. And if we can find an out and 2 after that, like for instance, if this spot remains open, we'd have Rins for 16 down here. We might even want to do that as the first play so it doesn't get blocked by something like a C play on Cal. But we'll do whatever gives us the out and 2. That's going to be the priority. Yeah, because win here might still be a problem in terms of our ability to play things off afterwards if my opponent does a natural thing and kills off the bottom left. But then, after this, do we have a place for win for the win other than what we said here? Okay, so bag is empty. We need to see this. My opponent has 7 minutes to analyze this properly. We go win here. Yeah, nothing is really going to hit on the right side of that. That gets us ahead 24. Then after Cal for 15. Hang on, 24. This gives me up to 3, 6, 8. Cal for 15 does kill that spot. However, there's not much that my opponent can actually do on the right side right now, so we might even go wins here. Now, I have to look at this carefully. Does my opponent have a 6 that's going to play on the right side after that? But the thing is, Rin doesn't go on the right for that play that I was talking about. We don't actually have a good second choice then. But maybe we can outpace. If my opponent is blocking that spot, it has to be with just a single C play. If he's not doing it, maybe we can still outpace, even if we have to go out in 2. I don't have enough time to calculate this properly. Creditor, very nice. But we will actually take the win out of that. So yeah, my opponent didn't see that you could actually block me off here, I think. And then all words are valid, and that's going to be the second win of today. That was a tough ending. I feel like if my opponent went for the C here, we didn't have enough time to analyze it, then we would have to probably make 2 plays because I did not see an out. So the thing is, do we prioritize going left or going right? If we went left, was there a plausible block of wind that would kill it on the right side? That's the thing, because if we're stuck with a W, then things are definitely a problem. So this is one that we might want to analyze properly at some point, because it was seemingly a very losable situation, and we have to actually look at it. Anyway, we are being pulled into round 3 immediately, though, so let's continue to play. I feel like we actually have something right off the bat with like phonate. Phaeton would be better. Let's go with that. And then we'll probably want to dump something with the J if we have a good way to play it off, like maybe Jagier, despite keeping all consonants. We could always do something off the right side with the S, but I don't know that we'd want to necessarily. So let's see what happens. Yeah, keeping the S for the hook on the right is pretty good. I am kind of liking Jagier right now. Unless we see something significantly better. Because I can't really land the J in a particularly good spot, even if we did take any of that stuff. But of course, if we want to continue stretching out like this, keeping the G like that is really not great. But then keeping too many consonants here just might... Well, the DRY synergy actually, despite being so consonant heavy, might actually be better than keeping the G. Because the G is just that awkward sometimes. We'll see what happens. Yeah, depending on how the group was shaking out today, it looked like initially it was just 2 tables paired for our top division here, so I might just be playing the same 3 people a couple times. But we'll see what happens. Surprisingly long turn. Can't always tell, though, if it's just a difficult tactical situation or what, until my opponent plays. And then, okay, so I think we go with the original plan. Ixel is going to take, oh, you know what? Now we have that for 38 available. And X is no longer a risk on the left side. And Q isn't going to parallel down to the R. So we have to significantly consider that as a possibility. So that burns the S, keeps GY for... So this is 26 here, this is 38 here. So if we take this side, we'd be looking at a 12-point sacrifice to keep DYS rather than GY. Let's square it off, actually. I mean, I guess taking the A would have closed off double doubles on that side, but because there's still some possibility that things are going to go down. Dying is almost certainly going to be the right play here if it remains open. I don't know if it will. It will. I don't think this is going to take too much thinking unless there is... a really obvious second spot to go for. Of course, dangling the G in that spot is just inviting another ing ending to eventually come down towards it, but I don't know that we necessarily care about that at the moment. I don't think something can be coilless, but I'm trying to see if there's another less that you could play through. Cloyness? No. Greeting? Yeah, like I said, that's basically inviting a G bingo, but we're still ahead. And more to the point, we'd be able to do this. I'm still way too consonant heavy coming out of that. If we can do something else to stretch the Y a little further in the other direction, that would be great, but I'm trying to remember if Yelch is good. YECH is good. I don't like keeping this so much, but there's still some synergy between the consonants, so it's not maybe too bad. It would just have to shed the doubled S at the opportunity that's available, unless we can actually see something else here that would actually work. I think we don't burn time, we just take this. Bicycles, no, we don't have anything close to that. But we'll see if we can do something. Like, even if it's a B hooking off the Y, I don't know that we have something that would be a natural fit for that. I kind of like the look of Bleck here. Again, we still have the problem with keeping the doubled S and keeping the I instead of the E. There probably is something that would work with this as an 8, but I'm not seeing it. Of course, greeting, dangling the other G is, again, inviting another ing follow-up at some point. And we do need to be aware of that possibility. I think we could consider, this is only 16, but, and this actually doesn't close off ing possibilities down below anyway, so it's kind of falsely defensive. Yeah, so currently I'm looking at this Bleck. And I'm pretty sure that's good. It's not just belch. But we'll see what happens. If we're looking at something off the right side, actually libs. Yes, I mean, kind of invites more hooking as well. We might not want to burn it like that. 11 there, it essentially gives myself an S hook in addition to the one that's the dangerous one here at the moment. And of course, you still have all the floaters on the left side. Oh, that's a, okay, single tile play, so something heavily is coming. And we do need to play accordingly. So which lanes are we more worried about right now? Are we more worried about this side, or are we more worried about this side? This doesn't really close off against the NG ending, but it does kill the T ending at the very least. This, let me think. Yeah, because the fish one here is a pretty ominous signal. But both the T and the G ending there is rather risky. The thing that we could do potentially is do something with the C to try to obstruct. So I'm kind of looking at this right now. 16 here. 24 here. Now that kind of reopens the L, although not in a very flexible spot. And doesn't really kill lanes. I mean, I guess you can't play through the P or the H as much. I think I'm worried more about the endings on the right side. And are we going to take an 8-point sacrifice for that? To leave a little heavily here and not actually close off the NG ending? Let's try it. Let's try it. Can something be cabless? Something can be scabless, cables, ratching. Yeah, like I said, it doesn't actually close off, so that was a risk. I played that knowing that the N was going to be a problem, but trying to obstruct anyway because we didn't exactly know what we were going for. And now I'm in a situation where I am behind. Can something be cabless? Like if you have a truck or something that's without its cab? I'm not really sure. Now I'm reluctant to get rid of the E at this point. What do we do something like this? But we don't really have a front hook for it. But the idea would be that we... I don't know about that. 21 doesn't really threaten much, but it leaves at least some of the bottom stuff open. Yeah, the thing about Belch is that it closes off more, and we're actually behind now. We need to get some space. This totally is a bit of a tell for the S, but then the double S has been dragging us for a little while here, so. The other thing we can do, of course, is just risk capitalist, but I feel like that's drawing a challenge for sure. How about just Bach here? I actually think that is valid, but I have to think about this for just a moment here. That doesn't really leave us ending tiles that are that useful, though. And it still has the S issue. Let's do it. Endless. So yeah, endless will go under Utes. I'm trying to see if we have a better thing that we can do here, like anything through the P or the H, instead of opening up to so much counterplay, but I think we just have to take it. volume to an E. It's not going to remain open though. Let's be realistic here. Keeps us competitive at least, but the E spot is obviously going to be killed. And we don't know with what. And probably we'll just go something like ovum here for 17, just to, again, manage to rack. Doesn't leave openings for 7s, but you could have 6s that end with the S following up. And, oh, okay. More, like with our getting ready for the show title screen, I'll actually just flash it on the screen for just a moment because it's relevant here. This is what we show at the beginning of the stream when we're getting ready for Scrabble. From Super Mario Odyssey. Okay, we'll probably just go volume. It's in some ways too obvious to play. Mario was pretty good though, 38, hitting the right side there. I'm, of course, also considering, do we want to go vom over here? And then that would also kill the right side as well, 28. I think we want to get rid of both the O and U. I'm just trying to see. There is a bit of a risk of a W counterplay on the right side of the O in that position, but I think we just go for it. I don't want to deal with the U, though. Out something, probably. Or auto something. Too many vowels. But at least we draw into the blank and possibly deny it. So I might even just go OU over here. 14. I mean, there is some possibility that we have something here, but with that many vowels, hard to see. I might be responsible and try to iterate through it. Not much is actually going to be a lane as such at this point. There is the O ending or A ending on top of the A, on top of the R rather. But I'm not counting on anything on this rack. It's going to be something I dump this turn depending on what my opponent does. Biggest thing on the board right now to deal with is probably the Z. LI, what's going to hit hard there? And worst would probably be P. Worst would actually probably just be a Z play going here. I'm trying to see if we actually have something that would go to the M up top. I don't think you can have like out roams or something. Out. We actually haven't considered the boat possibility as well. Too many vowels. Like we need to manage this. Would it go OU over here? There's some possibility that we can maybe follow up on the right side. We're behind somewhat though. I might actually want to see, well, the V is closing off a lot here, but it could be the start of something like an 8 as a long shot. Difficult call this turn. So yeah, I feel like something's going to hit on the LI side as well. If we go for something like this, again, we have the T and the S in a pretty good spot. Even if we draw something like the K or something, we can still score on the right with something like task, for instance. Okay. This is looking promising. So autosome, I actually did not know autosome. Exchange 6. Okay, we have a very clear possibility here. So let's take a look at this. What do I have through this spot? We only have a few minutes to look at this. Let's say R, let's say OP8's with, that's not going to fit. Like OP8's would be with the I. Maybe there's something that finishes on the H as well. Oh, it's this set here. Let's see if we can actually find a good fit. Maybe not. But if we go like this, that's not too bad, actually. I'm trying to see if there's something under the LI spot. Of course, the blank doesn't have to be an R. That's just what I'm seeing as the easiest thing to work with. There's also TO pens. If it's with the N, I think we don't burn time. I think we have to just kill it here. I just don't see anything under the LI. There probably is something. It's just that I don't have enough time to iterate through the possibilities. Potages or potages, I don't know. The R is in such a bad spot, though. It's too bad. Like, why can't we do better here? We can actually go TO pans like this. 69. That's actually slightly better. It closes off quite nicely. Let's go like that, because then you don't stretch all the way over to doubles. And actually, okay, we're in a good spot because we got the Z. Good spot with the Z. Now, do I have a Z play that will take me over to here? Lazo, obviously. I don't know that I have something down here. But I'm looking at it. Zoe, no, not quite. Zoe, there's a, no, it's the double O, that's the Collins thing. There's so many spellings that you have to work with here. And yeah, I was definitely concerned about something like the narc play over here. I think we absolutely just go lays here, unless I see something Zoe A or Zoe. Well, that's better because then we keep a consonant. And then it doesn't parallel nicely over that O. Do we keep the E? It's 3 E's, 5 tiles in a bag. Just empties the bag, though. Maybe we should keep E and not empty the bag. 5-point sacrifice to do that? I mean, we're just going to score 45 with it. Keep E, don't empty the bag. Then we, yeah, okay. This is leeward. We're not going to get it, but I see it. I'm trying to see if we have a spot for leeward. I don't think so. The SI blocks too much. And it's one tile in the bag. My opponent isn't just going to hand that to us here. Likely we'll just go something like Weld. I feel like we probably have to win, but I need to not lose on time or something. I am absolutely still trying to search for a spot for leeward. But yeah, SI doesn't take anything on my rack other than the R. And of course there's no EWA, so that's not going to work. Yeah, Weirdle, the hot new fashion guessing game. That's exactly what it is. It probably exists, given how many thematic Wordle clones there are. There's like Chordle with music chords and, you know, Squaredle with squares for some reason. I guess the words are arranged in squares. I've got to admit, I can't stand Wordle. I played it for the first month that it was hot, just to sit out the month and see how trivial it was. And it's very difficult to stay interested in it if you're actually into word games. It's kind of like the equivalent of a Mario player trying to mess around with a mobile auto runner or something, right? You know, it's just not that interesting at a certain level of play. Okay, that's going to at least deny my spot here. There is going to probably be a vote spot that we need to be aware of. This is actually hard for me to play off of. Because, yeah, this is surprisingly tricky. Why don't we just go wide over here? I'm trying to see, where does it even intend to play vote? And do I have something? Oh, hang on. Let's just play it off. Let's just play it off. Let's not think about it. I've got 6 seconds. I probably missed an actual out here, but I did not have enough time. We have real going here at the very least. That should remain open, but I think it's likely to be. I didn't see if my opponent has a spot for vote or vetoed. He might not. And if not, then yeah, the thing is, I totally missed this spot too for a jar over here if we had anything. At very least, we'll just dump G's over here if nothing else fits. But currently, we're looking at real on this spot. Yeah, just play it. Not going to think about it. I have no time. And then that's a third win in a row for us today. It's not too bad. I mean, I've had some fortunate draws. Well, all 3 of the games have been close. All 3 of the games have needed a bit of analysis, and I felt I played a bit imperfectly in the ending in all of them. But pretty good start today. Unusually good for us, I'd say. Now, we haven't had time to actually look at the games yet. And I don't know if we'll really have a chance on stream today, given that, for me, it's a later start than usual because there have been some differences in who is or isn't switching into daylight time and when. That was a really tough one, though. And yeah, the G's getting triggered by the ing ending in both occasions, that was a bit difficult to play against. We were actually behind near the ending. The Z draw was extremely fortunate. I think the Z draw basically decided the game given how many possibilities there were with it. There probably was a better bingo with Teopans if we had actually selected a right blank. Okay, so we did actually manage to pull a couple more players into this group, and so we'll continue with the closest possible approximation of a round robin, I guess. We'll get X blank right off the bat. The blank draws have been very fortunate for us so far today. So we'll see what happens with this. I am not expecting that we have something that will go with a 7 or 8, but we should take a look just to be careful. Otherwise, we'll probably just play out the heavy stuff with kicks somewhere or something similar just to try to get towards a bingo draw quickly. You're saying if only I had another X for kite max. Are people kite maxing these days? Are they trying to fly their kites more efficiently? Is that what it is? I have no idea what that would even be. Okay, readmit is going to go down, and again, we don't have a very good way to deal with this, I think, in a way that makes sense. Because, of course, you know, obviously we want to try to score with the X if we can. I actually like just going XI over here, or is that the best spot we can find for that? That's terrible. Or even just KI and keep the X with the blank. Unless we have a way to do a setup with it, perhaps. Watch it turn out that I actually do have something. Because I just want to get rid of KX. Or, I mean, you know, we'd love to just do KEX or something and score nothing with the X, but it makes very little sense to dump the X that way. I feel like the point sacrifice might be the way to go. This looks terrible. Does open up a ton of hooks, though. I wonder if there's something maybe I can do through the A, or some way that we can maybe do an X setup that, oh, it totally looks obvious. Totally looks obvious. Let's not burn time. And we'll just go PAX somewhere this turn, perhaps. Although it's the same kind of problem as before, that the placement of readmit just doesn't admit very interesting counterplay. We should have actually gone KEX up here. No, yeah, no, that was a big goof. The right play was KEX here. That was definitely what we should have done. It scores a little under 30, which again, it doesn't seem like a very good use of the X, but it would have been better for the rack management. Well, if we could found a good spot for, I don't know, expat or something. On one of my first streams, getting back into Scrabble streaming last year, I had a turn where I played Sexpat. Because instead of playing expats, I thought, oh, you know what, we can just have a better placement for Sexpat. It's no good, but it wasn't challenged, and it's one of the better phonies I've actually gotten away with on stream. And yeah, it's a wild phony, but you know, it's almost plausible, right? So yeah, it's 5-point challenge too, right? It's silly to try that kind of stuff in 5-point challenge because you know typically that's not going to stay. I'm actually tempted to just go tax. Unless we've got to have a better spot for it. Let me see. 26 here. Again, if you're doing that, why don't you just keep the X for some kind of follow-up? I'm trying to see if maybe we have something that would go through here. I don't like any of my options, really. Might just do a bit of a rack management play here. Reopen the S hook on the right side as well. I don't know. I don't think we dangle the X with something like CapEx, capital expenditures, because too much counterplay on that. I'm so far behind, though. Okay, this has got to be something. I don't know my X bingos well enough to be doing stuff like this, but Saxonite, if we have something to play through. Did I have taxpayer? Oh, it was blocked. Okay, taxpayer to the R, yeah. That's the problem, is that like nothing is opening up the scoring spot for the X, and I probably should have done some kind of setup for it myself. Likely what we'll do, failing a bingo find, is just stocks over here. Looks a little bit closed, but... So I'm currently thinking Saxonite. I think it is good, unless I'm thinking of Saxonese. I think Saxonite is... it might be a Collins 8. But again, we don't actually have the correct tile to play through for that, so there probably is something that, I mean, naturally the O presents itself as a spot that we can use as well. And then even if we miss a bingo, scoring to 40 points off of that is really not too bad. But let's be careful here and see if we can find something. I think we just take the X spot. We're burning too much time on this. We actually kind of need two big plays. So we'll do this as a big play and then bingo next turn as a big play. Okay, we're not going to miss with this rack. We're not going to miss. You reckon virtually every place name has a mineral named after it? We missed exaction through the C, yeah. I feel like we're actually scoring better on 2 plays by doing this anyway, but I mean, taking the bingo is probably almost always optimal. The thing we can do here is probably just go to the right with this. On this spot, I'm trying to see if maybe there's a better spot that we can go with. In case this one's dangling the R. Why don't we just go ornator over here? I don't know. I don't like the A placement, but we might not have too much room to be picky here. The thing is that I'm trying to kill off S going on the right side here in case this is dangling a setup. And we might just have to eat that A spot if we're doing something like that, unless I find a better way to deal with it. I mean, we're behind by enough that we kind of want to keep things a bit open anyway, but let's just do that. Okay, this is Acarine, I think. If we can actually find a place for it, there will be the dangerous spot for it that dangles the triple under RE. There probably is like canaries or something as well. through an N. Do we want to do the content play? So the content play is this here. I mean, the Z's already done, so it's not going to hit the RE spot, but there is a possibility of a bingo back under it, so. I'm trying to see if there's something that will go through the through the T here with something like an A for AZO. Craniate, maybe? Oh, whoops. Now, the thing is, Craniate, I'm pretty sure it does take an S. Maybe. I actually would take a 5-point challenge on that just in case it's adjective only. There's something else in Craniate as well. So that's 80. That's going to be better anyway. C closes off the top right. Now, the thing is, I've got the S. Do we want to find... Do we want to try the S hook on Craniate ourselves? That's got to be good, row. Craniates. I'm going to 5-point challenge this just in case, like I said I would. It's good, yeah. I had to check. I would regret not checking that one. That's okay. I think we just go gaff over here. And it will hopefully not be too much of a gaff. And then, unless I see a much better thing that we can do, that's probably the play, just in terms of rack management and leaving spots open. There's no S hook on the right of AZO, I don't think. But this will still keep some possibilities open for us. Okay. Way too many duplicates once again, or triplicates with the E. Yeah, treason would have worked in the same spot as well. It has the same weakness, which is just the A dangling the same triple spot. If I played treason, it would have the exact same properties as the play that I had here, plus the S hook on the end. So, on the turn where I played Ornator. So it's a trade-off. I was thinking, are we more worried about the S hook down here, or are we more worried about a play going parallel to the A here? Less of a risk than before because the X was gone, but even just a 4-pointer could still hit pretty hard in that spot, right? So that was something we definitely needed to consider for a moment. I'm behind now only because I had that 5-point challenge. No, we don't have resettle, unfortunately. Close to it. Do we have a... Oh, it's Streels. No, we don't have an R, though. My opponent's kind of showing vowel heaviness there. Well, let's try to unduplicate somehow. I'm just trying to figure out what the best way to do that would be. I mean, we can do something like this and set up S down below if we... I don't think EE takes an S, does it? Or, yeah, EE only takes N. Or we just stretch out like this with reels. Score 18, and then we keep decently into it for a bingo draw. I actually kind of like this. And we'll draw into the Y instead, but then we'll see if we have a good way to use it. Welt over there. I mean, SH would be 26. I don't think we want to burn the S there. Does well take a Y? I actually don't know. I might not try something like that. I'm, as usual, behind on time, which just happens when I'm streaming. I'm actually kind of thinking this does sort of kill off the spot on the right that I was looking at. But ideally, we get rid of the Y this turn in a way that actually makes sense. 30 here, that's really not too bad despite burning the S, but that's okay. This is not really an S hook board at this point, especially for something like a trailing S. Now, there is one S in the bag, and one S in the bag could hit here by itself later for something big, but I think we just have to eat it, and maybe we draw into it. Who knows? We have to catch up and score at this point. I probably should have considered keeping the H for the H spot over here. But like I said, we need points. Notice that boy does take an O hook. It actually takes a G and an F as well in Collins. So let's watch out for this spot here. It might become relevant. Do we have a 6 that ends with the E? Woe betide us, it does not appear we do. But if we do something like this, do we want to dump the T on it? No, I think I'm going to keep it. We have the D to follow up down below. I don't like keeping a double I, but this might actually work. And yeah, we'll keep the T. So we have something like aid down here for 39 if it stays open. My opponent would basically have to use the S there otherwise. Well, there's one D in the pool as well. But this is what we're going for. I was hoping for a DE ending. And this will manage the vowel situation quite nicely if it remains open. And failing that, we can dump a whole bunch of stuff out with ID8 for 28 on this side. Oh, it's going to be taken. Okay. Do we stay with the plan for ID8? I think we kind of have to. I am behind by quite a bit, though. Yeah, Vice scored 44. Or do we want to try to set up for bingo on that side instead? I don't think it's really going to happen at this point with 12 in a bag, but then maybe the responsible thing is to leave that available, because ID8 doesn't really allow bingos as a counterplay, because the only thing it leaves open there is the I. Everything else is obstructed. So you would really only have the V lane to deal with, and the bag is not that promising right now, especially with a Q situation that's late in the game. But I'm not sure we have a good scoring option other than that. Well, if we draw into a Q, then at least you can have a Q parallel next to the I as our first choice with a Q. And there's the Q. So Q would be a 39 pointer over here. I don't know that it will remain open, but we have the QU. It's actually kind of too bad we don't have a C for quiche over here. Did I miss ID8 of 3D V? I should have seen that. I didn't even look at that properly. I did not look at that properly. And actually, the fact that I was looking at ID8 should have been a clue that I should have seen that. Oh, we are quite close to the Q play going. You know what? We can actually still do the Q play for 45. One in the bag. This actually closes up quite nicely. It gives us 2 minutes to look at endgame. I think we have to take it. I don't see a way to put the Q to the left, but I'm trying to look at it just in case we miss something. I think we have to take it. Maybe spend the N as well. Then we draw 1 in a bag, then we're looking at 5 tiles. Yeah, I think we spend the N because it's going to be constant and heavy in a bag. 50 points. Yeah, we take it. Now, the double R is unfortunate. It means we'll have to go with a 2-tile route, almost certainly. I think it's probably still correct to have played the N for the points there. I'm slightly ahead, but the fact that we're looking at a double R is not great because I think we might be in a situation where my opponent gets the button 2 instead. Currently looking at hurry over here for 12. And then I don't know what the route would be with the E. If we find a better 2-play sequence, that'd be good. But if my opponent is threatening out in 2, we need to look for just the best equity play by itself. So he for 21 would be -6. So hurry 12 would be +10. Let's think about this. It depends on whether we are trying to obstruct as well. My opponent has more flexibility here with having A being possible on this side. Although I don't know that there's actually a play that would work with the A there from what I'm seeing. We'd probably have to use the A and the A. You know, like data or something, which would actually score pretty well. Data would score, well, yeah, okay, that scores even better. So 33 there. I think we lose. I just don't see enough points available here. Because that kills off the HE spots. Do I have something that goes to the P? I don't think we do. Yeah, big problem that I missed ideative. Ideative should have won the game, actually. That should have been an easy find as well. But we can play first and then... You know what? This is almost certainly good, but the responsible thing is to challenge it because I think I'm in a losing position. So yeah, we'll do that and then lose. And where was that? This is almost certainly correct, but we'll check it anyway. Yeah, of course it's good. So because that's the only long shot at this point is to try to catch a challengeable play, but everything was valid, and that's our first loss of the day. So yeah, I essentially lost a missing ideative, and that was really unfortunate. If I'm looking at ID8, I should actually look at my opponent's play properly. That was kind of a failure to do that, and we were kind of sticking to our plan from before the spot on the left was obstructed, which was the problem. Anyway, this group moves fast. We're right into round 5. And, well, give me an N, I hope. Because if I'm not given an N, then we're going to have some trouble playing out of this. So hoping for the N. And we'll see what happens. There's an N. Okay, so which spot do we want? Probably this one. That's not a play I'm going to spend a lot of time thinking about. That was one of the very few possibilities for getting out of that rack. Okay, so this is not a great situation to be in, obviously. Even after dumping all those vowels previously. Probably we just try to find a good spot for the H, maybe AHI, the AAPI. No, if we can do AIA somewhere. I had to look at this for a moment. This is good in Collins, right? Yeah, AIA. Let's see. My opponent just dumped two consonants. We can do a risky consonant setup over here to give myself the P and H spot. I would not expect it to stay open, but the theory behind it is that my opponent was consonant heavy and dumped some tiles there. Dump the F there as well. So if we do this, for instance, the F counterplay on the right side is not likely to happen. That's only 5 points, so it doesn't really set myself up, but at least it's not quite so obviously something that will be punished. And then we might still be able to come down on the left, although drawing the V like that, maybe not. So yeah, the idea was my opponent played off one F. He probably doesn't hold the second F, because that's generally the biggest thing you're worried about with an I in that spot. You're saying aphasia would have been a great dump if it were a word? Who knows? Kind of like aphasia, except you have aphasia, so you think the word is aphasia? Maybe? I don't know. Let's think about this. I would ideally just try to dump off the V somewhere. This is pretty vulnerable to something. Am I even looking at this correctly, or am I thinking of FAV? I think it's correct. And if, yeah, I don't think I have a 5 going to the left side on the A. That's the main thing I was hoping for. Takes an E under it. It's not great. I think it's correct, though. There are a whole bunch of V endings in Collins that are not in the other book. Here we might start having something usable on the left side of the A, but hey, we have a phasic. We have a phasic. Speaking of speech disorders that were on our mind, but I don't see a spot. Except we have, no, we don't have a spot, actually. That killed the spot. And we don't have an L for lobelias or something. Let's look at this carefully in case I actually have a spot for a phasic, because I'm very disappointed that this is not going to go down. Swanner. I have to think about this. Why does that feel familiar? Sometimes things feel familiar because they're a phonia played in the past, and so we have to consider this really carefully. I don't think I'd risk it. Well, so much for aphasia then. Or aphasic. I think we just go like this. I think this is good, but we have to... Or we might even just go... well, I'm not keeping 3 vowels out of that. That's silly. I'm slightly tilted by the fact that we lost our spot for a phasic, but that's okay. We have to get out of this situation. I'm trying to remember if it's like Paga or... It's a big point sacrifice, but the idea behind it would be that we still keep a balanced leave to follow up. And the thing is, C is good for having a CH start under the S. So it isn't going to score the best, but we're going to continue to be in valid trouble. So you're saying aphasia is a word, but it means trouble swallowing. Oh, you're saying, yeah, no, it would have been a great dump if FYA were a word. Okay. Okay, so yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, aphasia, well, because aphasia, of course, it has something to do with eating things. It looks familiar now that we've talked about it. Yeah, so we didn't have the spot for it, essentially. I hope I didn't actually miss a spot for a phasic, but I don't think I did. We have a problem here. I think we just need to... this is still keeping the double I, and that doesn't score. FE is a big problem here. FE, I don't think, takes anything in front, and that's killing off the entire spot over there. We might try to find a spot for, I don't know, HIO somewhere. Or OHIA. It's not going to fit anywhere. No, we need to dump more. The double I is actually the main problem. I don't see a... Oh, HIOI is word in Collins. This is actually the perfect time to use it if we actually had a spot. We do, but it's a dangerous spot. But if I can actually play it, we should play it. So we would be looking at something like this, HIOI. It's going to leave the H in a terrible spot, but I don't think we can actually find a good way to deal with this rack without it. Okay, gaieties through E, but it's not going to fit. No SA. And yeah, gaieties through E. I don't know if we'll get much else out of this. A TG is not an ES ending. I think it's just an S ending. We should actually look at that H in case it remains open. If we do something like 8. Yeah, we need to deal with the eyes. So 8 would leave a spot open for an S lane, which has been something that is severely lacking in this game. Let's do it. It probably has some 3-letter extensions in front that we should think about. Okay, finally we get some scoring tiles. And yeah, with HIOI, there's a whole bunch of Maori that's in Collins. If you know your Maori, you're in good shape. Anyway, we'll be looking for some kind of scoring play. Ooh, the X is going to hit. Or rather, it's going to block. My opponent's a bingo ahead, so of course he's trying to obstruct. And I'm not doing nearly enough to try to reopen. We can go wiki over here. That at least gives us another S lane on the right. Although the J is going to probably continue to be an obstruction for the time being. We need lanes, so I think we have to do something like this. Sejaent, I'm pretty sure is good. It's like some kind of sergeant. It does not fit on the S spot that I was hoping for next to Wiki. It does not fit. And that's been the story of this game. Nor do we have an R to play through because I'm pretty sure it has the SER start as well, but I'm pretty sure this is actually good. And so let's see if I have something else. We actually need to take a look at that in case there was something through here as well. Because otherwise we need to find some spot to just get the J out of the way. Unfortunately, this closes off the S hook, right? So, you know, this is a problem. However, it does catch somewhat in score, so maybe it isn't too much of a problem that it kills the S hook, given that we still have a reasonable bingo leave. But if I can find some way to deal with this spot that doesn't kill the S lane, I would prefer it. Like Egypt over here. It kills the S lane. It actually puts the E in kind of a dangerous spot. If you really want to play like an Egypt, maybe that's what you play. Then we go Taj over here. Because there's a possibility that something is going to parallel under the J and then give us something back. But maybe we should have seen how many E's were in the pool first before we tried that. And yeah, Dr. Cliche, I did see the gaieties non-spot earlier. That's exactly what I was thinking about. That you have gaieties but without an SA. We saw it pretty much immediately. I think with the GII on that rack, you're not getting much else. This, if it remains open, is almost certainly just going to be G. I don't like the fact that we closed off the S spot on Wiki that I opened up specifically to have an S spot, but... And this also doesn't really open up, but then maybe something comes across. But this also leaves me the possibility of something that would hit with the D or the S underneath, if we can set up for drawing a reasonably heavy tile on the left side. But in terms of managing the rack, I think we basically have to do this. Tenders, it's not going to go anywhere. Tenders, there's actually a French spelling of it as well, I guess. Tenders. Okay. This is sterned as well. Do we have something off the S that's been dangled right in front of me? Doesn't need to be a triple. We just need to hit something. Yeah, this is... Any SS ending? Trendies through I, we don't have that. I am looking at the FE up top, incidentally, just in case. But... Oh, no, we can look from the A. Let's look at the A. Let's not be completely blind to the A lane that's been there the whole time. That's something. What's ADEENRT? Hang on. Or is that nothing? Surely that's something with the S, though. There's no way that's a miss. Oh, I'm going to spend so much time looking at this, and it's so early in the game too. It's 28 in the bag. We're still down on time. How do I not see? I don't know how I don't see this. This should be something, unless there actually really is nothing there, but totally looks like there is. Failing that, we just go tens over here to not burn time. I'm totally missing something, though. Totally missing something. We don't have time to look for it. We have to play terribly and draw UV as punishment. Deference through FE, very nice. Aborts would be aborters through here. Abort is a very light play, though. We can have a chance to catch up a little bit if we can do something to just get rid of that V. I actually think dev over here. I don't like keeping the U like that. But that's actually safe. Like I said, I don't like keeping that U. There's only one E in the bag too, so this was going to be a problem. There is the Q available though. But still one U in the pool, incidentally. Interesting. S blank unseen. Do I dare leave the S lane open on top and keep NRST? That looks terrible. Not in the triple, maybe. Maybe we can do it over here. So it leaves an S lane for sevens on top. We keep NRST and are accordingly punished for trying that stuff. I should have seen how constant and heavy the bag was for that. That was silly. We'll have to play GRR off somewhere. You know what? We actually have GRRRL next turn. I actually am going to play that if it remains open. I think it's good with 3Gs. There are a bunch of variants. It's one of those words where there are a few different variants that are valid, I think. Or maybe I'm thinking of something like ARG. But yeah, failing that will probably just make more spots over here. I am explicitly trying to use my U lane, even if it is 6 here or something here. I mean, likely as not, we'll have some kind of parallel that just obstructs everything anyway. GRR looks like it's probably going to be second choice. I'm very far down on time this early in the game, so we'll see what happens. Still have Q unseen as well, blank unseen, Z unseen. But a Q situation might become interesting, especially if we... Limners, ooh, very nice. Limners, yeah, it goes with Merlins, I think. And, well, we still have a spot technically for this one. Even though the G isn't going to admit very much in return. We're probably just going to straight up lose at this point. It also closes off my Q spot here. Maybe we shouldn't have played out that many tiles with the Q unseen in this situation, but... I mean, what else are you going to do on that turn? Like, maybe GRR opens better. But yeah, we've got one in the bag. We've got actually a distinct possibility of a Q stick. What must I draw to not be stuck with the Q? I pretty much have to draw a I have to draw any of the vowels, maybe. But even with SUQ somewhere, we don't actually have a spot. So I'm in pretty big trouble at the moment. We can probably afford to play off the E. I'm looking at something like term, but then if we draw the A, we don't actually have a spot for the Q. We wouldn't have it anyway, apart from Q, AT over here. So I'm reluctant to play off the T that way. If we go unless my opponent has the T, if he has the T, he's going to use it there. But if he doesn't have the T, then one tile draw over here. I would really like to have gotten rid of the Y. I'm down on time. I'm just down on time. Let's just do this. Oh, wait. No. Hang on. The bag was out, right? No, we drew one. We drew the key T. Well, the thing is, we know at this point it's a Q stick. I basically needed a vowel draw. We'll just go Trist, probably, and eat the Q. If that remains open. Yeah, let's just get out of here. I think it was Q stick anyway. I hope I didn't miss something obvious. Yeah, that GRR draw was disastrous. I mean, like I said, I was kind of asking for it, keeping all consonants at NRST and that play after Ulu. So Ulu might have just been a legitimately terrible play. But and let's pass it for time, and that's going to be another loss. So yeah, time management was terrible that turn. I probably missed something on the turn where I was holding tenders. Yeah. Ulu is a word that I kind of knew independently before Scrabble. It's the kind of knife that has the handle on each side, and you cut using the blade that's in the middle. You see them all over places like Alaska. Or other places with a big Inuit presence. Anyway, I feel like I absolutely whiffed on the tender's turn for sure. And there were a few questionable decisions. Like maybe Taj was not right when I was trying to set up for a bingo, and then we killed our own lane with it. But yeah, I'm not being tugged into the next game yet. We haven't been able to find time to look at any of them today, but we'll maybe take a peek. Let me make sure there's no break in the event. There usually isn't when they run 8 rounds. They usually don't have a stop. Yeah, no break. So we'll probably look at this one very briefly. I just want to see what we missed on it. So there's a new post-game analysis button. We're not using it on this game because you're limited to 5 requests on the server per day. And we basically started off the day with several close-end games, so I want to save it for that. But it basically sends the game into Macondo and then and does a turn-by-turn assessment of your equity loss relative to the sim. So, yeah. Oh, missed this one here. I think I know it with 1p, maybe? I'm not sure. Yeah, no bingo here on this turn. We're at phasic. And HIOI with an S is actually better, interestingly. By equity, anyway. In this kind of scoring situation, I think I try to keep the S, but then it's, again, not an S hook board at all. I actually should have considered playing off the A here instead of the E. I know this. AIGHTE. I don't know why I didn't just do that. 4-point equity difference for that leave. And given, well, at that point, you've still got a couple of S's on the board, so a lot of misses all over the place. And yeah, actually, nothing here. What did I miss? Deference, the 9 that we talked about earlier. That's actually the only miss. There was nothing else that was going to go down there. This, yeah, was just kind of ugly all around at the end. GIRR, I don't think I knew that. And of course, ZO was just a nail in the coffin. Okay, let's get into the next game. And, well, I mean, this is a pretty obvious turn. Don't need to think about that at all, even with the UV leave killing it. Yeah, so the analysis engine that they use in the backend is Macondo, which was scripted by the same lead developer as Wiggles. And it is available to everyone as a command line interface, and most of the top players have switched over to using it. You do need to be comfortable enough with the command line, but the thing is you can dump the GCG format Scrabble game logs from either exporting directly from Wiggles or from entering it in Quackle, which is much more user-friendly for just the graphical entry. But in terms of the actual simming, the top players have mostly switched over to using Macondo. And Macondo would be the backend that you use for the one-button analysis that's on the platform here. So if you don't want to be throttled by the 5-game limit, essentially, yes, you can actually dump it locally and just run the script locally in the command line. But this is the more user-friendly setting in theory. I'm tempted to exchange here. With a Q on the board, do we exchange the U as well? I think we do. It's not like we have qubit or something. Unless we have something that's with an over something. Over. Or out something. Actually, no, I don't want to just go verb and keep OUT. I mean, I guess the U in the wild isn't too bad with the Q there, but do we just go verb like this? I don't know. I think I'd actually rather exchange out of this since we're ahead by so much. And my opponent exchanged 7. Let's go BUV. So assorted through either E rather. I'm trying to see if there's a 7 that will give me the S on the end of Q. Dr. Cliche, I was considering Outbrave, as you saw from when I arranged my rack, but I essentially passed on it. Because I was thinking BRV, I was thinking Outbrave. I didn't think I was confident in it, so. But you are correct, that was a miss. So assorted. And then what else would we have here? Pew is actually going to kill the assorted idea. But then do we have something with an S to the left of it that would give me spew? Like Strodels. I feel like Strodel is good. Strodel. Because it goes with Oldsters and so on. So that might actually work. Let's try that. I think it's good. Yeah, that's one that you kind of know by alphagram. Because the one in NWL is Oldster. And then in Collins, you add Trollist and Strodel. I just had to remember the part of speech to try with the other S. There might have been something better there. I don't know. But I'm actually okay with that positioning. That was really not too bad. Notice that we drew the blank. Eventually, something like an ing would be good, but we wouldn't keep the G for that. We'd probably get rid of it long before dangle the hook. I don't know. But no, we would want to... Oh, we're so close to something like magnify. So close to magnify. I actually wonder if I have something like a gamify. Gamify. I wonder if gamify has been added yet. I'm going to try it. I don't know. It sounds recent enough that in spite of a lot of video game related words having been added in the most recent edition, I'm not quite sure. Because gamification has been something that academically has only been in the corpus for, I don't know, 15 to 20 years. Oh, that's pretty long, actually. That's enough for a whole bunch of other video game words to be in, so who knows? I kind of like the synergies that we're looking at here, but I don't think I necessarily have something that will go down yet. But obviously, if we can have something to get rid of the W and a Z, we'd like to take it. So close to something like zithers or... Yeah, if I'm able to do this, we can go like this and score 34. That's kind of underusing the Z in Collins, and it keeps no vowels. So I can find something better, like Wiz somewhere, W-H-I-Z, W... I actually wonder if Wiz like this is good, keeping T only and dangling the W there. Or if it's only with double Z. Definitely this is good, you see, which is why I'm thinking the other one might be fine too. We actually could just go zither here and keep W. I actually like that, just by dangling the Z there. 59 points. Yeah, who cares about keeping the W with that? And then, now, can you have unswore? You can have unsworn for sure. Can you unswear something, like if you take back a promise? That would go over here, Levo. If we tried it. We might have something better. But let's... think about it. I probably will try unswore. I'm ahead by a lot right now. And so we have a little bit of flexibility to potentially lose a turn on something like that. I like unswore. I like unswear. That's the thing. Unswear. Like if you take back a vow that you've made. If that spot is not available, we'll think about something else. Also, we should think about positionally unswore. Where would we put it? Probably in the spot that I've highlighted. Even though X is available to drop the X bomb on the left of the U, if so. Because the possibilities would be something like this, unswore, which has the E combo spot down there. Z-Woos is going to go down. So I'm probably going to play unswore. I just want to be extra careful here. I think we'll try it. It totally gives away my rack if we... Don't hit with this. I wonder if there is a double-double on this as well. I mean, this isn't going to go anywhere else, so... Yeah, the board is still wide open even if we whiff on this one. I think we take it. I'm not fully confident in it, but I like it enough to play it, so. And it matters that I'm ahead by enough that it was worth trying. My opponent is trying to fork it and keep it open. He needs lots of space. He's good enough that at this stage in the game, he's absolutely able to come back. We're not quite going to have bacterial, which is too long a word anyway. But do I have something that would kill off the A spots? I'm thinking about this to see if we have a way to do it, because currently, yeah, the issue is that I'm so far down on vowels, I don't think I really have a good way to deal with this. I'm trying to remember if like something like citral, or am I thinking citric? I think we have to deal with the spot. What about, I really hate that leave. I really hate it, but I don't see how we can get more tiles down, basically, including some of the heavy ones. Unless we do something through to V, and I don't see a good way to do that either. Let's just go with this. I'm ahead by enough that I can sacrifice points to block out the board. And that's a decent draw, given the circumstances. So risks on the board currently are many. Lanes here, technically to the T as well. Lots of spots all over the place, X bomb spot over here. My opponent has lots of room for counterplay, but blanks are gone. The vowel balance is not really good if you can look at it right now. Lots of A's and I's. At least QU is kind of already taken care of. U's are gone. Also means that the Q isn't going to be too big a problem. But it's quite likely that my opponent is going to have a bingo down at some point. So we just have to budget for it, essentially. Why don't we just go scorn? I would like to get rid of the B if I can, but yeah, this technically opens up some more space. It does obstruct the EN lane down below, though, so maybe that's not the worst thing. If we can do something through here, that opens up more lanes, though. I actually kind of like this as is right now because, I mean, worst case would be something starting with, say, K, or even a 5 starting with X, but the idea is that if there's a 7, it's going to dangle lots of room for counterplay, so we might not actually care that much. I might have missed something there, but we'll go Boaty McBoatface here if it's still open. I'm pretty sure it actually is good. Or am I thinking of a noun? Boaties. Boaties is good, but I don't know if it's only Boaty or if it's also going to be Boaty. So I'm actually not sure if that would be correct. Can something be toyable? Not sure. I would have seen it or so by probability, I think, but... Or is something ABLY? Yeah, looking at this, I actually don't know if it would be Bodhi with just a Y. Bodhi's for sure is good. We may go something like belay. I should also make sure we look at the right side as well, because this is decently close to something like a ABLE or ABLY ending. So let's see what happens. Also, EELY. If we want to obstruct better, we would actually go this way. Or with Bodhi, accordingly. That's a much better way to play that. Much better. It is still vulnerable to overlaps, but... So yeah, dumping 2 vowels there, so my opponent's getting close to something. I think I'm not confident on Bodhi. Otherwise, I think I would strongly prefer to play it. Chances are there's going to be a bingo coming down the top right anyway. But this is the biggest spot. There's no S actually right now. There's no S remaining and no blanks. So we shouldn't really be worried about this as an S hook. So actually, in terms of risks, top right is much worse. And so if we have a good way to obstruct a lot of that stuff, maybe we go top instead. I'm trying to see if there's a good way to drop the Y on this spot. Let's take this anyway. Okay, we have the X. Gain layer, yeah, something was going to hit there, and we have the X-bomb. Obviously not great to have the all-constant leave here, but I really don't think we have a good reason to pass on this. End rail, look at that. Yeah, and the thing is, even with 2 bingos in a row in the late game here, I'm still able to remain ahead. Because we just drew like a dream in the first part of the game, so... I'm trying to see if we have a good way to do this. KETE is probably good, but I don't think we'd do it. 5 in a bag, yeah, I mean, there'll be an all-constant leave. Probably not a great idea, but... If there's a way to... I mean, it scores pretty well, so it might not actually be horrible, but... It might be better to do something like just do KE over here and not empty. Well, that wouldn't be empty anyway. However, there is a possibility that you have something like a big J play on the left side. That would actually be one of the bigger risks right now. So maybe we just deny it. And if you deny J, then that's not the worst thing. This, I feel like, actually has a whole bunch of 8s in it that are not going to be relevant on this board at this point. But very fortunate that I did draw some of the vowels out of that. Yeah, there were definitely some potential issues with leaving that open for a big J play coming down the left. We'd be ahead at this point, so it's not too much of a problem. Also notice C is available in the spot here if we have a good way to use it. I don't know that we'd actually be able to stretch from the E. But Yeah, that's going to go. Was that a tell about the situation with the J? I'm not sure that it is. Obviously, with what I had unseen, something like Koji, K-O-J-I could have hit there, but again, we're way ahead, so it's not actually too much of a problem. Let's just try to find a decent out in two. Like, if we go rock over here, do we have Tang over here? We might actually have something much better. We'd have two spot for Tangs. But then do we have something that would do better here, perhaps? I guess we should think about whether there's a spot where I care about denying to J. It's not going to be an out on my opponent's 5 tiles, I think, so we'll probably just go with this idea. Didn't really calculate it thoroughly, but the time situation is actually not as bad as some of our recent games, so. Did I actually have Octagon? Oh, through Octagon, yeah. As a 6 keeping G. I'm looking at it and thinking, okay, is there any kind of vulnerability to the J? Not really, because the C obstructs everything. But yeah, I was fortunate today. We just basically bagged my opponent. But Octagon is a pretty nice find if you are in a situation where you're desperate to get an out and two in a more closed situation. It's good to practice stuff like that to find a big play at the end. To just dump out the tiles. But we had a pretty easy out and two sequence here. At the very least, we have Tang here, Tang's here. On completely different sides of the board. And so seeing that as available, you just take it. Yeah, my opponent caught some wind in his sails near the end with Game Leader and Handrail coming in, but then we had the X draw that was basically sitting open the whole game. And okay, so let's score this 12 here, 12 here. Let me just make sure we don't have something much better. Tang here, 19. That's much better, actually. Better by enough that I don't think we'll do better than that. Let's take it. Gets me over 500. What I'm curious about is Bodhi. And it's not good, but it's would only be with the IE. Yeah, that's why I hesitated on that. Anyway, let's... Boatel is good, like a boat hotel. Incidentally, that's one thing that was close to what I had at the time, and so I was thinking that as well. Anyway, let's update my record. We're 4-2 today after 6. And yeah, I mean, this game was just extremely fortunate drawing, and everything is valid. Everything here is valid. We can step through quickly. If nope, we're being called to the next one already. So we haven't had time to look at any games today, essentially. And I don't know if we'll stay on long enough on the stream to walk through the rest. It was only the relatively uninteresting big loss that we had time to look at in round 5. But yeah, this group moves quickly, so we'll see how much time we have at the end to examine things. The first few games, even the first 3 wins that I had at the beginning of the session today, are all things that deserve a closer endgame analysis, because definitely there was some imperfect play there that could have lost, I think, and those were difficult situations that it would be interesting. So that's not going to come out just looking at the equity plays in the analyzer here. And in fact, even with the Macondo analysis, which we might request for the first 3 games at the end, I don't actually know how informatively it displays endgame. This, I feel like, is going to be an exchange. I don't think I have a big enough play to dump lots of tiles to be worth keeping the queue. So given that I'm going first, I think we keep ENT and just, oh, hang on, wrong one. And dump this stuff. Not quite unitizer or something, but we'll see. You know, if you're going first, then sometimes you can just imagine that you're going second with a free exchange. And Gamma. We're very close to something like minutiae, but we don't have it. But we'll probably go minute or minuet or something to dump out some of this stuff. Or even if we have something, yeah, I'm trying to find a way to just dump lots of vowels, but ETUI maybe, keeping I and E. We actually have a good spot for it. We might even have a better spot for it. Let me think about this. No, it's got to be there. 14. Yeah, you're saying the EIEI nut is famously grown on Old MacDonald's farm. Why would the O be a nut? I'm missing something about the pun, but I'm sure it'll come to me when I'm not playing Scrabble. Anyway, let's see if we can just... I'm seriously considering just going like 17 here. Weight would still take an A in front of it afterwards. I'm trying to see if that's actually a good way to do it, or if we have a better way to do the Y dump. Yeah, positionally a little bit awkward, but then we get into something that will be a little more playable. Inditer is, I'm pretty sure, good. There might be something else in here as well that Nitride. Either one is going to fit in the top spot over here. TYE takes to D, but that will not fit this situation. So we're looking probably at something like nitride going down here. It actually would fit on the left side as well. But if something plays there that obstructs both lanes, that's something that we'll have to deal with, because it's very much a possibility right now that this will not go down. Yeah, right side is preferred, obviously, not just for the points, but for the distance from the triple parallel in the middle column. So we'll just have to wait and see on this one to see if the lane is available. There are a couple of 8s that are available here as well if we're given a tile dangling, things like daintier through an A or disinter through an S. And probably a whole bunch of other ones that I'm not thinking of at the moment. Rindiest through an S as well, I think. But we'll see what the situation is. If we can just do the easy thing and drop nitride on the right side. Positionally, it looks really quite good. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, games are proceeding at a pretty rapid pace today. So we should consider whether we want to play something on the right side instead. It would be something like Rindius. It would not score much. I don't see anything through the L at the moment, but maybe there's something. Likely we just do the easy thing and go nitride. 68. It looks really nice positionally speaking. And look at that, we have the H. I think Plasher is good. But it might be an adjective, so I don't think it'll necessarily go through the S. Splasher would be good though, but that wouldn't fit. I'm pretty sure Plasher is good. There would be probably some possibilities up top through that I as well, I would think. But we'll see what happens. If I can find something with an S ending to go under wank, that would work. Plasher will fit to the left of Fetwa, which I guess is like a fatwa. Same thing. Let's look at this carefully because Plasher is in kind of a bad position. Like this. I mean, it's not horrible in terms of the P as a floater on the triple. It does open more lanes on the left. I'm trying to see if we have something that's going to be better than that, but let's not spend too long on it. Playing an 8 through the I is something that I'm strongly considering right now if we can find it. But I'm not sure that we actually do see something there. Maybe there's something to the T as well. Who knows? I think we don't burn time, we just go Plasher. I think it's good anyway. It's one of those things where, you play it and then you have doubts. Is hair lips seriously not in the dictionary? That doesn't look right. I would never in my mind have thought about challenging hair lip. Oh, okay. Maybe it was taken out. I actually don't know. I don't know what people consider sufficiently offensive. Anyway, unfortunately, this blocks my X spot for tux. But we can probably still go XU over here, and that would still be decent. Let's think about this. I think we probably just go tux there. I would like to get rid of the G, but we might not be able to be that picky. And at least you've got the GH synergy going on. I'm trying to see if we have something that would maybe drop the X in a more promising spot. But I think we just take it. Okay. Do we have something that will follow from the Q? No, if we had in N, we would have CINQ, but which actually takes a whole bunch of really interesting extensions as well. I actually like hot over here. I don't like keeping IO out of it, but scoring 40 for that and obstructing the Q, unless you get Q, U, E, U, E like we did it in the previous game, you'd have to have a pretty specific. Like, actually, a lot of plays still go. Like Q, U, A, I something would still go on the left. So this doesn't obstruct at all when it comes to the Q. But there's only one U remaining in the bag. I feel like the left side will be taken by something else before the Q play becomes relevant. So let's just take the points. And predictably, we end up with too many vowels coming out of the IO leave, but that was maybe too interesting for a second best play to do any better. Yeah, so this is PIOYE is apparently Scots for a homemade firework. Interesting. I didn't really know it, to be honest, but it was one of those things where I'm just trusting my opponent too much in 5-point challenge. But I can't say that I actually knew the word off the top of my head, especially as with fives, people will usually prioritize studying the fives that start with tiles that are 4 points or up or end with tiles that are 4 points or up. And so you'd have to know things like fives with 3 vowels pretty well to see stuff like that, or just have played lots of Scrabble and picked up words that way, which is usually what actually happens. So we'll probably just try to dump out some vowels here if we can. I'm trying to find a good way to do it. Do we have an H dangling for that HIOI that we had last game? No, we don't. But let's see. Even if we just have some weird looking Collins parallel, like IO here, it does dangle a lane on the left though. So maybe that's not the best idea when we're not actually ahead by very much. I'm trying to see if we have something. We want to keep the S because we still have pretty big S hook possibilities all over the place. But if I can get rid of 3 vowels, that would be ideal. I'm trying to see if we have a spot for doing that. I don't know that we do. Anyway, we're spending way too much time on this. Let's play this for 6. This is close to something, but we're still too vowel heavy. Omen, that's dangling an S hook. I think we just have to kill it. Even if we are forced to move here. I feel like there are definitely 8s here. We should look at the other S, actually. Can you beat Dunsies? Dunsies? Or is that too slangy? Dunsies, I feel like we would have seen that as a front hook to onesies. But onesies is also fairly new, right? Like onesies, or at least it was, no, it's in Collins over a long time, but it was newly added to the North American book. So no, I don't think it'll be Dunsies. Deionize if we have it. D-I-O-nize if we have it through an I. We do not. I think we just killed a spot, actually. Killed both spots. We're not actually ahead by very much. If I can find a way... I actually don't know if I'm totally confident in that taking the S. It might not. What about... That's the thing. A bunch of the fours that have three vowels there, I don't think they take S. However, we can kill it by doing something down here. Do we have something that would fit the bill here? I'm not sure we do. What do we do this? Then that actually makes it worse in some ways, is giving an I to play through. What if we go like this, 33, instead of going left? I feel like we can do a lot better than that, but at the same time, we'll just draw the other S. I spent too much time on that turn, but maybe this way would have been better. I was reluctant to keep both vowels again because basically the idea was that you would block both S hooks at once in one play. Actually, we kind of reopened here, so that was probably not right. But technically, the O was still open for some other back hooks anyway, so we kind of made it worse, actually. That wasn't good. There's still S blank unseen. Omen forking the lanes here was kind of a big tell that my opponent wants it open, even though he's not that far behind. The board is actually pretty open in general. There's lots going on. And of course, we kind of reopen on this side, but at least we do have one of the S's to work with. And we'll just have to see what happens. Yeah, you see fish one. So something is coming. And we have to think about which lane we're more worried about. This at least will not score much. And will open up the triple. So I think we have to do something on this side. I don't know that we have a particularly good way to deal with it, though. Like, this doesn't stretch far enough. And actually has all kinds of other problems. What do we go like this? I don't like spending both. What about Nook like this? Because this kills this a little bit. I don't know if Nook actually takes anything in front. This lane is still open. This will probably go down, but the thing is, both cases will open up triples. And so unless I see a way to stretch all the way to that double word score, I think we'll do this. Still too vowel heavy on my side. Now, how worried are we about this spot here? Maybe I can actually do something there. Like abide. No NI rather. But I'm about 30 ahead at this point, so we need to keep scoring. But I can try to get into something playable in the meantime. If I can actually find a way to stretch even a 6 there, snot rag, interesting. Like if you sneeze into a... It feels like it's actually relatively high probability, but would I have seen it? I think we need to check it just in case. Snot rag, it is, like I said, pretty high probability. I think my opponent would know it. But I don't know if I've seen it. Snot rag. I better check it. Yeah, it's good. Okay, now the G is actually pretty defensive there. And I would have liked to find a way to get rid of eyes on this play. Why don't we just go 19 there? I don't like keeping the B. There are lots of R's incidentally coming in from the bag. 8 in the bag right now. This, I am keeping the last S, so the rationale behind this is that I might be able to use it. I don't know that I have a good way to use the B there instead. Let's take it. Well, we're just playing by vibes at this point, apparently. So this draw is a bit of a problem because we're likely to close things down further no matter what it is I do. If we go something like vibes over here, that's 25. It doesn't get me close enough with 5 in the bag and a Z unseen. Z, you say something like zinc is still a possibility in the current pool? That would be pretty dangerous. Yeah, so that'll be taken. I'm in kind of a bad situation here because, yeah, zinc would absolutely... Oh, no, the N is no longer available. But the problem is that I'm closing off like crazy, and the thing is I don't have a follow-up with II, especially coming out of that. So there's 1 in the bag. So I don't really have a natural fishing play either to take advantage of this spot. Certainly nothing that would open a second lane for me. If I play something like this, for instance, what are we even trying to draw into? I don't see it. So I think we might not be able to get out of this one. Also, what am I talking about? Oh yeah, I was talking about vibes. No wonder. IR here. Do we have a theoretical draw that would dump to Z in that spot? I don't really see it. But at this point, I think I'm just trying to get out of this one alive. We're not going to win this one. There are too many problems here. In fact, the U draw is an even bigger problem. I definitely don't see an out at this point. Yeah, the VB draw there, the VIB draw there killed a lot of possibilities. Maybe that was not a pool that we should have played like that into. And definitely I kind of underestimated my opponent just dumping the A on the spot that I was leaving open with aid. But at that point, it was very much an intent to leave the right side open. If I found something that would be a one-tile fish that actually had some possibilities there, that might have been useful. But we now know that U was last in the bag, and I certainly don't think there was anything available from what we could see. So yeah, currently I don't even know what the next play for me would be, because I do not see an out. And I've got 20 seconds to play off of this anyway, so a lot of things are not quite working out here. But we'll just have to see what goes down on the board and dump stuff out while we have time. Yeah, interesting that by playing off the A, my opponent gave up on having the Z spot here instead. And yeah, like I said, I got nothing. Let's just play off with 12 seconds to go. I've got absolutely nothing to work with here. My opponent's going to have some difficulty playing things off it as well, so we're in the same boat here. And yeah, nothing off the S here, as far as I could tell. So maybe there's a note. I don't really see it. That's something we didn't think about, actually. Snotrag leaving the ZA on the left side. Let's just take this and go out with 5 remaining. And we're going to end up about 40 down. So all words are valid. And that is a loss. So yeah, I feel like we had some difficulty in some of the later sequences there. I mean, Snotrag is a nice find in that position, but it didn't give as much back to me as I hoped, given that we were trying to, in a situation where I expected a bingo to come down, and I forced it into a position where I would have some counterplay. That actually defended against any counterplay on the triple much better than I expected, especially when we were managing eyes and the like. So we will go down to 4 and 3 going into the final game of the day. Just as soon as the opponent confirms. Yeah, some things were maybe questionable. I don't know if IO here, when I was a little bit ahead, was right. For instance, maybe that was kind of unnecessarily open in that situation. We were generally playing towards too many vowel heavy leaves. Although I still like some of the plays I caught in terms of the points that we got off of that. This might have been questionable here in terms of the situation at the time. I did eventually have the S lane given back to myself, but it would have been easier to shut the board if we had blocked as many lanes as possible at once with something like the original idea I was looking at, which was something like nodes. Did we have an A at a time for like anodes? Why didn't I consider that? Or what was I even looking at? Yeah, after the B fish, we were on this turn. No, we didn't have an A. We were looking at this. And Dr. Cliché is saying more profane biological regs don't appear to be valid. Oh, really? I actually wouldn't have necessarily expected that. In terms of the stuff that was taken out of the book, there definitely is kind of a lean towards any words that are specifically about people rather than objects. Anyway, we'll have another rematch. I'm 2-0 against our opponent here today. We usually have some pretty close games. I lose to him a lot because he's actually a world top 100 player, I think. He's going to change 3. I should probably do the same unless I go Cupid or something. I actually kind of like going Cupid here. Unless we have a better way that would get rid of a T as well. The meta usually is, your opponent exchanges and you exchange, but I think we'll go with that and be punished accordingly. Yeah, Ziggsy, I've gone 2-0 against our current opponent earlier today. I kind of bagged him in the last game that we had, but the first game that we had was pretty close. So I've taken a lot of games off of him, but we've had a lot of really interesting late game situations. And yeah, exchange into incurred. That would be, again, validation of the idea that we should have exchanged it into the exchange, especially after a change 3. Yeah, that probably signified a decent likelihood of hitting through lots of floaters, but that's okay, live and learn. Do I have a decent way to get rid of some of this stuff here? Let's see. Because it's very tempting to just go like this, but if you're doing that anyway, why don't you just exchange, right? Like, unless we have a much bigger consonant dump. Do we dare dangle all the way out here? PNTTs though. If I exchange, what would be to leave? It would probably be keep INT. So we either exchange or we play this with 14 and have PNTT to deal with. I think we exchange. Unless I'm really missing. See, the thing is, you could do stuff like this, but that doesn't score, and you still have massive issues to deal with here. I think we have to dump it out. So instead of exchanging last turn, we just end up having to do it this turn. So okay, this is getting closer to something playable. Jantiest, I think, actually is good, but it does not fit currently. Or, well, Janties as a noun is good. Janty. But I'm not sure if Jantiest would be an equivalent to like Jauntiest. Jauntier is good. Jantier. Yeah, no, it's good because it's it goes with Narchi. So or does it? Or is it only the second one? This is definitely good. I think they might both be good. So we'd go Jantiest, but it's not available anyway, so that's academic. Do we have something going on here? Let me think about this. We would have to do something with like an IET. And no, we don't. I don't think I have it. So we'll probably just go like this. It does kind of close off the E though. That's what I don't like about it. I'm trying to find some way that will not close off too much stuff on the board, but everything closes off on the board. 28 here. 25 here, really start to block it up. Actually, no, this is good. Doesn't open on the left side, keeps all the bottom lanes open. The issue, of course, is the J dangling the double possibility on the right, but I think we have to eat it. Other thing we could have done is maybe JIN on the right side, but then that keeps double T. BAFTA, as in the British Academy of Film and Television, Arts, I think, is in fact a word. Interesting. Yeah, the actual BAFTA building in Piccadilly in London is quite nice. I have been there. Specifically, I was there to watch a StarCraft tournament. They actually rented the BAFTA location for it. Back at the height of StarCraft esports. Anyway, I'm in a bit of a difficult situation here. With all these duplicates, I think I'm trying to see if we have something through to E. Like, does tensing with an S give us something? I don't think so. I don't think you can have tensings. I'm trying to find a sort of non-obvious way to maybe we do this. I don't like keeping the, well, I guess technically we still have an I to play through. I don't like how consonant heavy this is. Score's 24. It doesn't really open. This is a hard turn. It's okay. Like, that stuff isn't remaining open anyway. Let's just score with it, maybe. And undouble a bit. And of course, predictably, we get punished for that in exactly the way that we thought might happen. That's okay. I bagged him last game. What goes around comes around. So, did I seriously miss nestings? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. I was practically staring at it. Yeah, Dr. Cliche, you're saying there's a Brood War tournament starting in just a few days with Flash and Jaedong. Yeah, I think I was aware of that. I don't keep up with it as much as I used to. But I think I still get some alerts when the old standby casters are still employed. As you might imagine from my streaming time, I did used to watch StarCraft on Korean time. Back at its height. I think we just have to dump stuff out here. I really don't like this leave either, but we have to. This doesn't even open. This just closes things up even further. And yeah, actually, the draws are just not cooperating at all this game. But oh well. That's a questionable play anyway. But yeah, Zigzag, I would not have tried stintings, I don't think. I didn't know well enough. That's the thing with some of those INGS ones is that, particularly with all those duplicates, is that you're not going to come across them by probability if you're trying to study that way. And it means that they are things that might come up commonly in games just because of what you're choosing to keep, but then you might not have picked up the words accordingly. 25. I don't like dumping the S there. We're in such a bad situation anyway, though. That's... And actually, that just closes off even further. I feel like the correct play here might actually be an exchange, but we're just getting killed in this game anyway, so. That nestings is going to haunt me. Cannot believe we missed that. That was just ridiculous. Trying to see if there's maybe a way that we can. Yeah. You know what? Let's just go with this. Okay, so this is something close. absolutely tilting a bit in this game, unfortunately, but we'll see what happens here. I'm trying to look at the AGE ending currently. Nestings. Yeah, that was just an embarrassing miss. But let's see if I can find some way to open up. I don't want to obstruct this, even though it doesn't really hit very well. But the board is blocking up quite a bit now at this point. Why don't we just go nog like that? And we have a lot of possibilities over top of it. Can we not do any better than 9 points to try to get into a playable position? I guess not. Yeah, this was really badly played. You're saying geocarp, the favorite food of geoduck. Yeah, the geo prefix is surprisingly good in terms of something to look at. You get some really high probability stuff off of it, like, you know, geodata and geomant, and like geomant, like a geomancer. That's in Collins. It goes with montage, megaton, all that stuff. I feel like there's actually something close here, but a double A is absolutely being a bit of a problem. Why don't we just extend, give myself more room? The E is pretty vulnerable. If we can do something a little more defensive, I think Paka already showed up earlier in the game. Yeah, that's better. That's actually opens a better lane for me down below. Let's go with that. Okay, this has to be a hit. This has to be a hit. And looking at this stuff, at the very least, we have things like Rat Hole, Loather. Rat Hole would fit here. Something would fit here. So we're looking at, with an A, Rat Hole, Loather. There's, with an I, this doesn't, yeah, well, there we go. I was about to say Hotelier through there. Hotliner. Let's see, because we want to open up space, right? So does it make more sense to go top or go middle? Middle doesn't open up the triple as badly, but it still leaves blank SS open for us on the right, which we actually do want. So I'm thinking probably Rat Hole here, 69, Lower 68. And then technically the A lane up top is still open, and then you have more lanes in the middle that we're going for. We're far behind at this point, but 21 in the bag, you know, is not as bad as it could be. Very close to something here, by the way. If we just have L instead of E, that would have been something, not that it fits anywhere interesting. Maybe we had a better bingo there, but that's okay. We wanted some space. Yeah, Joseph, we were actually just talking about the BAFTA building. That was why we were talking about StarCraft tournaments, because that was the last event that I went to there many years ago. It's a beautiful cinema. in keeping with the respect they show to cinematic arts. Let's see what we can do here. I don't really like going parallel over this and blocking up the lane that we were trying to open up, but I don't know that we have much more we can do. We can try to go like this. That still keeps vowels too heavily, but at least we leave everything open on the right side. And again, we're still going to be in too much vowel trouble after that. Yeah, you're saying Hatchard's down the street is perhaps your favorite bookshop. Hatchard's has been around since, what, the 18th century, I want to say? It was the one I'm thinking of. Oh, we don't have an H anymore for... We don't actually... Yeah, okay, we have to double here. I don't know if I can do better than that instead of keeping OOU and dumping all the E's, but there are no E's left in the pool at this point, so this would absolutely be giving up on any kind of bingo play. I don't know if we have a possible route with a Q coming out of that. Probably not, given the pool currently. Look at how absolutely awful it is. But, you know, on the assumption that we're just playing for spread at this point, I think we just play this off, try to get over 300 and suffer through the rest. And 3 in the bag, Q still unseen. We'll see what happens with that. Yeah, you have a bookmark from Hatchard's and it says since 1797. Okay, so I was actually accurate within 3 years. I guess we would probably have union or onion somewhere at this point. It's not even going to fit. Well, let's see, because yeah, actually, nothing's really going to work here. I'm trying to see if we have something from the H or through the H in a way that would be useful. Not quite Houdini. Unhood. 2 tiles in the bag. We draw 2 into that. I feel like this is kind of objectively best, even if it's absolutely just a losing situation at this point. Still can't believe that. What was it? Nesting's turn. That was just an embarrassing miss. But we see some of those on stream from time to time. Oh, actually, challenge there. You know what? We can actually just go unhooding on the next turn, unless we have an out, which we should look for the out, but unhooding is the style play. Millisoy, you're saying? Can never tell when you're being serious, but Millisoy. Actually, that does sound familiar. Let's see if I can actually find a play here, though. Do I seriously not have something through the U? I think I'll just go unhooding. Why not? We don't see 9s on the board that much. So he's going to bag me over 509 and change. Gets me back for the 500 I played on him earlier today, where he had the 2 late bingos and still couldn't catch up. I feel like even with outplays being potentially on a table, unhooding actually is best. My opponent isn't going to score very much with IO at this point. I mean, there's going to become some easy outs there. That's a nice one. Let's pass on it. And all words are valid. And we'll lose by a lot. Taunting, Tawting, as an extension here. Yeah, I don't think I knew it. Interesting. Okay, so we actually basically did not have a chance to look at any of the games today, but we finished so early in terms of the group moving quickly that I do have time to step through some things. I won't have time to really analyze carefully, but we can at least look at the big misses. It was only round 5 that we actually looked at, and that was the least interesting one. That was the one that was a big loss on my part, but again, I don't think the situations were analytically that rich. Apart from, major mistakes that I made, maybe. So we'll go back to round 1. We might even do the new post-game analyzer request thing, although I'm limited to 5 games with that. As I said, it's just to see if that returns anything interesting on the stream. We'll do that with the close games. So let's just exit and take a look at the final standings if I can get over there. And I'll also update the record to show that we are finished today on a 4-4 record. So despite a very big start, we did wind up even again, as we typically do in this group. And let me get back to the tournament page. So yeah, anyone still going? No. So standings in our top group here, finished 4 out of 6. Right in the middle of the pack, as we usually see. In terms of the games, let me see. We'll look at each of them. Yeah, the 3 wins right off the bat were all close and very interesting and rich. The 4th one, that was a slight loss, I think might have been interesting to look at as well. Then after that was just blowouts. And then this one, the loss in a previous game, yeah, that might be worth looking at. So we'll step through things, and we'll also request the analyzer on some of the more interesting ones, but it takes some time sometimes, so we'll maybe definitely request the first 4. We'll do the close ones. So let me just step through it quickly, and we'll just give me a moment while I do this and hit the request analysis button. I'll show you what it looks like. So this is the new button here. The tooltip's going to be a little off your screen because of the way I've set up my stream here, but there's a request computer analysis button that runs it through the sim instead of doing it just by equity, and then it'll show you your equity loss relative to the sim and give you an estimated rating for your play. So I'm just going to request for the close games, as I was saying, and we'll do that for each of them now, so we have them available for later. So let me just get back out and do the first couple rounds. And I'll just request a bunch of them until it hits my cap. And then this will be the first time we've been able to show this feature on stream, so hopefully it doesn't break my layout too much, or is visible on my layout, rather. We're going to be given an over-optimistic view of things, probably just coming off the top here because of the 3 hard-fought wins that we had early on, where the best games we played were at the start. But like I said, we'll look at all the close ones. And yeah, Zigzy, like I said, it's limited to 5 requests a day. It just does it through Macondo. Yeah, so it does a computer analysis ready for each of the games as they come in, but we're going to just look at the games the normal way once we get back into them. This feature was just introduced last month. And of course, if you have Macondo set up on the command line, you have the same experience essentially. So yeah, the others were blowouts. We'll request this one as well, even though actually with this one, there were some clear mistakes here that I'd want to look at. So we'll try it. Now, I don't know how well it works in terms of still seeing the equity plays listed the way we usually do. It will just find the best play on the sim usually and give us the comparison. But we'll go back into round one and I'll show you what it looks like. And so, let me see here. So on this one, you know what? Let's do the run through the equity first. And then we'll click this. It'll say view computer analysis. That's what a tooltip says. It's off screen for you right now on your view because it's obstructed by all my other stuff. But we can see kind of a comparison of how that looks. So I'll step through it quickly because it'll be more interesting to look at the sim after. So yeah, this... Oh, I actually missed on Hone on the first play here. Speaking of equity plays, and yeah, we'll basically have the other requests but we'll close them off for the moment. Greenhorn. Look at that I actually drew into this. So I had no 7s or 8s available on this turn, but I did have Greenhorn as a 9 through the HO. I would not have seen that. Even with my usual poor vision for 9s. That would be a difficult one to know to look for with the blank. Unless you kind of know the duplicates by alphagram. Like if you've studied 9s and you just kind of see immediately with duplicate N, duplicate R, that's what it reminds you of. That's something that top players could find just because of something like that. But yeah, lots of stuff available. Notice that there's no really high point one down on the lower level. Sync here is going to go down. Did I miss a good spot for Mux? It was on the right side here. Let me close off the top corner again. What did I even play here? Vug. Yeah, I felt like that might not have been good, but you can see by equity it's not too far down. It's more that I don't really have a plan with the X at that point, and Gordita is going to go down. I missed Minimax. So we didn't properly Minimax this play because I just saw, okay, 60-point play with the X there. We're keeping the blank. We'll have a bingo soon. We did not Minimax this one. We will, however, look at how the computer analyzes this and Minimaxes afterwards. Saw Tritoma, didn't see Matoid. I know Matoid, I just didn't see it. I did see Tritoma pretty much instantly. But obviously, it's better to take the extra 17 points or whatever. Gloated, saw that instantly. And what else do we have here? So yeah, this I remember being a tricky turn. No bingo available, so we didn't miss anything. And I correctly spotted that we didn't. But I kind of wonder about that play. Numina, very interesting. Plural of Numenon. This is interesting. Does say oh, but that's with 1 in the bag. So I'm looking at this thinking we'll play off 1 and see if we can draw into something. And I don't know, again, how the end game analysis is going to look in the sim when we look at it. Proposal, parole, etc. Now, if we actually ran it through command line Macondo, it gives you a lot more information about your winning chances and your bingo chances after a particular play. But let's see this. So we're going to look at this now. And yeah, it does tell you the approximate ELO. It's off screen a little bit. Oh no, you can see it. That it estimates me pretty poorly, actually. It gives me a pretty high mistake index. This is well below my actual rating, and so for a win. But of course, you know, it's just judging by the performance on the equity loss in this game. So obviously expect massive error bars. But kind of interesting that I've got a higher mistake index and lower estimates, even though I came out winning this game in the end. And then you can go back to the static analyzer at any point to see the equity plays. So yeah, greenhorn is obviously best here, so that's one bingo miss. And then it tells you when something is considered optimal. It's telling me that 10 Rex is better. I can't really click on it to show you to play, but we'd have to go back to the static analyzer to show you the preferred play. So we'd have to kind of go back and hunt it down. So yeah, there's no feature to just click on it and show it on the board just yet, as far as I can tell. And yeah, when you see the period here, it means the tile that you're playing through. So it means that you're playing through N. And best would be GA, oops, something M, garum over here, a thick fish sauce. Yeah, I mean, I just didn't really know it, but let's see. Let's go back here. So this was a medium mistake. We kind of expected that wasn't a great play. And then Minimax, large mistake because of the miss bingo, which is clearly going to be best. And what was the play recommended here for J? Oh, just going to jaw over here is what was recommended. Let me make sure I've got my drawing tool. It's recommending jaw here for my opponent's move. That's interesting that it recommends as the best play not playing the bingo, but going through the Z here for 51. Probably because you score well enough that you get a lot off of the blank still in terms of equity, because it's kind of reading that as saying, okay, you're going to have two big plays rather than one, perhaps. Because that's an I blank leave. It is slightly better by equity, but interestingly enough, it's saying that it's recommending that over Matoid, probably because if you're working through the sim, it's seeing this as being something you can follow up with a bingo afterwards. So best play there is actually the non-bingo. Yeah, and even all things being equal, you've got the blank estimate. That's usually going to be around 30. And the thing is, the lane is still open for it, right, after this, even with keeping the eye there. So by equity, we could already see that it was very, very highly rated, but the fact that it also finishes above Matoid when you run it through the sim. And yeah, hey, we actually made an optimal play for once, but it's the only available bingo, so no surprise. Interesting. Recommends Brer also down here. Yeah, because it would parallel here. And then recommending Isle on this spot here. Interesting. I can see that for 30 points, and it does keep RST, which is quite strong. You still have the S available on the bottom left. And then large mistake here with the single play with the Q. That's interesting because you've got OR through something ES. Where is this? Oh, ORFs, ORFES. Yeah, I didn't actually see that. I was trying to look at the right side for the E anyway, and we just didn't look at it. I know the word for us, ORFES. But at that point, I was thinking, we'll just prioritize the Q. I was warned that we shouldn't overvalue what the bot is telling us when it comes to pre-endgame, when you're about to freeze the bag, basically. Because apparently there are some edge case situations it's not going to do well, but I don't know if this would be one of them with the Q situation that we have here. This is considered a large mistake over here because we missed a good spot for the vowel dump. On, oh yeah, okay, this is interesting. O-O-S-E, N-I-X-E here. I just didn't visualize that. If I saw that, that would be pretty clear, actually. And then, yeah, so with one in the bag, we are told this is a large mistake because I'm trying to draw into something like a bingo situation. I saw the possibility of personal on the left, for instance. But it looks like this was considered very good. In a situation where it's this close, yeah, I guess we maybe have more winning routes. So yeah, so now when you get into endgame, it tells you your point loss relative to the optimal endgame rather than the estimate here. I think the estimate here of percentage is actually win percentage. So maybe it's finding a clear win with OOP here. If it's a 25% margin with win percentage, that's pretty significant. And that would be looking at this spot right here. You would keep RAES with one in the bag, and then I guess if it's seeing an out sequence after that with everything in the pool, that might be significant. But we'd have to see if, is it looking at 100% or some other percentage as the 25% loss. I'd have to look at that more carefully in my own sim. Okay, so small mistakes at the end, but we make it out alive, it seems. Yeah, you got some small optimizations that we can do better here. Interesting that it prefers a better path by 3 points if you don't play per roll. I wonder what the route was after that, actually, after OP. And then it would be superior to the next play by some larger margin. Because seeing OP over here, and then we would have to... well, basically play out after that. I don't really see it. It's a little difficult to kind of map it out on the board while we're working with this interface at the same time. So, but apparently that was kind of a route down by 3 points. Still, though, we were down on time. I am happy with finding what we did, but good to know what we did poorly. Okay, I don't know if we'll be as exhaustive with the other ones that we look at, but I'll try to go through the other ones one by one, and we'll see what else we get. So that was round one. Then what do we do for round two? Let's step through the available plays first. We'll be very quick about it. Just to see any of the really big obvious misses so we can visualize the plays right away before we step into the computer comparison. It's interesting that this was available. And yeah, I was looking for something like this. How did I not see some of the really obvious, something like foggiest? Because I was trying to look for something like that. Maybe I was thinking too much about using the blank as an O. I was looking for something OOGIEST, and there actually isn't anything. So, because I saw Goosiest first, and I was thinking, okay, what if you have G in the second spot? I didn't look hard enough at using the blank as a G as well for a lot of things that should have been obvious there, but that's okay. Very dodgy. One of the dodgier plays we made, I guess. This is recommending fish 1, and he fishes 2 instead of keeping the E. That's just by equity. Now, this is interesting. Egdicial. I actually do know Egdysis because it's a word I learned from somebody who actually is a snake keeper. who, as an expert in the care of snakes, has to deal with this very often. But I kind of thought that I had something through the E, but this is one where you would pretty much have to have studied it by alphagram, I think. It's not something that is very easy to find naturally, even if you do know the word in the wild. So Songbird and Birdsong are available. Interesting that my opponent saw Songbird and played it without adjusting to Birdsong. So we got fortunate there. We got away with an extra 30 points in our favor just from that. And then, yeah, Spank is pretty high scoring over there. And then, what even happened here? Yeah, I felt like a lot of the plays were pretty clear from this point. And then after that, that put him ahead after the J play, and that was a bit tricky. We'll have to see what's going on with this play because, interestingly enough, we didn't really consider that as the single fish actually with the X there. I wonder how well that's going to sim when we look at it properly. Missed unerring. Unfortunate. Big miss there, actually. Should have been able to see that. And then, yeah, once again, really tight in-game situation here. Because this is when, oh, I actually miss in-wines. Well, I mean, if you see something like that, then you get a much clearer winning route. I kind of wonder what the win percentage was on the route that we actually did pick. This is with known information, 6 on my opponent's rack. I guess this will just read as a massive point mistake, obviously. And I kind of wonder if he actually did have a plausible win off of this turn, but no outs there. So with no outs there, that scored any better than Creditor. Apart from Zarnek. What is this Zarnek? Native sulfide of arsenic. Interesting. Then I guess at that point we're guaranteed the win. So yeah, if we actually have this, unless there was something that obstructed me further on the left that would score sufficiently, I think we might have to win at this point. I was actually wondering, okay, if you have the triple in the bottom left obstructed instead, and blocking off my S spot, do I have anything? And so we'll have to walk through it. So let's look at this. Estimating both of us at a close but still rather shoddy elo. And again, we won't go too long off this. So yeah, I consider wavy with the VEY. I was not 100% on it and I shot on it. It is good and it is best. Because I looked at it and I thought, not sure. And erred in favor of keeping the E. And interesting that it likes Twigsome as the bingo going down. That really closes off the bottom, I guess, in terms of making it easier to close the bottom left quadrant. So I can see why it prefers that in terms of being able to follow up with closing the board afterwards, perhaps. And this is obviously the massive bingo miss. And then large mistake over here as well by losing the 28 points from not playing Birdsong instead of Songbird. And it prefers Iliac. We saw that on the equity table earlier, that Iliac scores a lot better. That's on the right side. Wait, we're 14B. No, actually here. Wait. Yeah, Iliac through to E. That's why. Yeah. Let me see if I can draw here. Yeah, right through here. Because then the C is not too vulnerable to anything other than the H going right anyway, so. And this was optimal. We both took the easy scoring plays at this point for few sequences here. And then this was a missing J, E, U. Where was that? That was... Oh, actually, yeah, no, with the J here, which... Similar to where the J goes later in the game anyway, but that is a big miss. And then, again, we get some easy plays out of the bag that were not particularly controversial. So, interestingly enough, the recommendation here is an exchange, but exchanging one additional consonant. What does it say on the equity table here? That everything was terrible. Everything was terrible. We had no good plays. But, yeah, like the best we're looking at is something like 8 points for Lunt, 9 points for turns, etc. A lot of issues here. So, our intuition that this was an exchange moment was kind of corrected. But it's recommending trading in an additional N. Looking at the pool, there are 2 N's in the pool, and I wonder if that has an effect here. I mean, it might also be that we could have had better intuition for equity value. But let's see here. So wait, that's interesting. Because... yeah, that would be keeping T only instead of keeping NT. Maybe I kind of overvalue the NT synergy or something. I've had to come up before in some other situations. So it's not going to recommend Zax, but it is going to recommend X-Ray. X-Ray, I did not see it. And now that I see it, actually, that's very clear. Static Analyzer has that as pretty close to Zax. But X-Ray, you'll notice, blocks off the S spot on the left that is still wide open at that point, in which my opponent, I would have to presume, could hit. Because the S spot here gets obstructed by it. And so I can absolutely see why that's best by winning percentage. By a 15-point margin, 15% margin. Unerring was a massive bingo miss. It's 30% down. And then interesting that it recommends with 6 in a bag playing off R. 112D, let's see. That's over here, just UR. Probably because it's seeing that you've got 6 in the bag, 13 in the pool. You have a 5 out of 7 chance. Actually, look at this. With any vowel draw in the bag from fishing R, if we looked at the pool properly, we could have seen that that's a slightly under 50% chance of drawing one of the 6 vowels, the E, I, or U, and you have penners, pinners, punners going through here. So that's why it's recommending to fish R, because like the left side spot is going to be difficult to obstruct unless my opponent takes a big point sacrifice to specifically go for it. Now, I wonder if it does get blocked, what the alternative would be, why it still plays so well. I guess because even if you have something trying to block on the left side, like if you look at the pool, it would have to be something like Tray. Tray doesn't block. Tray still takes the S for Stray, right? Clay, maybe. Like CLAY in the pool would obstruct there, but again, we could probably just catch my opponent by scoring at that point. So I can see why the fish R is recommended there. It is a slightly under 50% chance of hitting there in that spot. And it's a very hard spot to deal with some tiles unseen in the bag and maybe not an immediate sense of urgency to take a point sacrifice just to deal with it. So yeah, big problem for my opponent here. That's considered a large mistake relative to tech for quite a lot of points down here in the spot where we're looking at the W play. So it looks like this is, according to win percentage, basically the game losing mistake. And of course, I didn't see inwinds, but interestingly enough, the endgame sequence that I did find is only worse than inwinds by 3 points. Because of the fact that I can see at that point that we will pretty much certainly have the S spot on the left, and that maybe we have options available even if it is blocked with Cal or something in that spot. So I actually did find a reasonable sequence here with a 3-point loss from optimality, because we do finish with enough of a margin to have this essentially be a guaranteed win. So, and then my opponent does 7 points worse than playing the C off of the Q, because that would actually obstruct over here. So that's why, even though that scores 7 points less, it actually performs 7 points better because it kills my Odin too. That seems to be the reasoning there. And then, of course, we have the best available play just by playing out. So, okay, win actually was the win then, as far as I can tell. But only just, because that was kind of tricky there at the end with a 14-point win. Okay, let's keep going. We've been moving a little bit slowly, but we'll try to see as much of the other ones as we can to see if there's anything interesting to talk about. The thing is, the first 3 games were all really interesting. They were wins, but that's not why they were interesting, right? So this one, let's bring it up. Pretty happy with the bingo that we found off the top, but we'll see what happens after that. Yeah, I was looking at Jagir as my other option here. I didn't think about some of the other ones. I didn't think about the Y hook on Ox, actually, for Oxy. That was a bit of a vision issue, but would have been nice to get rid of some more awkward tiles. We are fortunate there in that my opponent misses Finitude. And that's going to read as a mistake for sure. And then, yeah, the thing is, at this point, I kind of wonder how this will do on a sim, because we score with it, but the thing is, that's what leads to the whole massively open sequence with the G's flying everywhere and the ING endings flying everywhere. And so that might have been the play that got us into more risk than we should have been absorbing. And so I expect that maybe something that is tighter is going to sim better in that position. But we'll see. So my opponent does the fish one. And yeah, this was basically saying, I'm going to obstruct that, but it's not going to stop the end, and we'll just have to pray that it's not the end. We did see that the equity player would be Belcher Black. And Ratching and Charting are both going to go down. Ratching scores better. Be clasped. Scratching, actually, to continue that. But be clasped is, as to Miss Bingo, clearly best. Did not see it at all. Didn't think to look for it. It's a very awkward looking word to find, I think, if you're trying to prioritize things like prefixes, suffixes. You'd have to know to look for that BE start. Endless is the clear play here, I think. We're over here, volume. I don't know that there's much that's controversial here, apart from missing autosome, which is one thing that we talked about in chat earlier. That's a pretty big miss. And then look at that, my opponent's actually in big trouble here. So he's ahead at the point, and he does do an exchange 6. I kind of wonder how that's going to compare. The one play that is rated over exchanges with a 3-vowel play is still a 4-vowel leave here, and given the score line, yeah, I can see why that's an exchange. I think the sim will probably agree. The exact nature of the exchange, we'll see. I miss Gestapo. Oh, look at that beautiful overlap there. I knew I had a bit of a vision problem with the A on a jar because we noticed that a little bit late. But that's a lovely looking bingo over there. And did I just miss in this turn? No, I got Teo pens, but the thing is, it's not even one of the best rated ones because there are considerable numbers of overlaps that are available, and I was looking for an overlap here. I should have at least seen something like Podesta. Pitasso's. Isn't that a currency or what is it? No, it's a hat. Oh, if it's Greek and it's a hat, it's only with the OS ending, right? It doesn't drop the S. Also the US and the ES ending. So yeah, it's probably a suboptimal bingo, and that'll reflect in the analysis, but I wonder how far down it is by winning chances. And okay, so I was trying to spell this. Probably because I was trying to fit this spot first. And yeah, I was trying to spell this, and I just didn't see this variant. This variant, I think, is one of the Collins only ones. There are a bunch of them that start with ZOA and ZOO that are only in one book. And I do have trouble keeping them straight. But we'll see, because that drops the last vowel. And we're definitely considering the bag at that point as well. I was very low on time at this point. I, once again, did not look properly at the A spot there, and so this will probably read as a pretty big mistake given how little we scored with pretty much the same tiles. But at that point, I think we saw that the win was right there, so we took it. So let's take a look at the analysis over here. So yeah, you'll notice that my opponent, this is off the page a little bit on your screen, but it's saying 1688 for the ELO estimate for my opponent there, 1688. Because I play on a bit of a magnification to make Wiggles readable on the stream, we occasionally have some UI elements leak over, and it might be something we suggest actually as a UI change to have these on separate lines, because it does bleed over if you're at any kind of magnification at all. And so we'll maybe raise that as something to look at. But anyway, it does like my choice bingo. It prefers Rigi on the overlap under Oxy. And once I saw that, I thought, okay, yeah, I can see the case for that for sure. Missed Finitude. So, the sim likes dying. I prefer living myself, but the sim likes dying, in spite of the fact that, again, that gets us into the whole ING problem that chases us throughout the mid-game. And then, yeah, it likes the fish one for the F. Likes it a lot. And it's reading my attempt to obstruct down there as a small mistake, instead preferring, where is this, snub over here. Snub, interestingly enough, does continue to open up a bit, but the thing is, I have the second S, so that's probably what plays into it. That CEILS is a very strong leap, and I'm holding the S to take advantage of a trailing S hook. So I see the rationale for that there, for sure. I just didn't see the play at the time. And the thing is, psychologically speaking, we're reacting to a fish one. If I'm reacting to a fish one, obviously my bias is going to be to try to shut down rather than open. Although the sim, looking at it without necessarily thinking about inference that way, is going to see that more objectively, opening up for my own S is actually fine. Given that my block was not effective anyway. Now, that's a big miss with big clasp. Then we have a couple of very clear plays over here. It likes volume well enough. And autosome was a big miss. Interestingly enough, the sim likes playing off the OAI instead of doing the big vowel dump. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, because maybe scoring to retain the lead and AEEE might not be that bad. Well, it says 3 E's in the pool, though, so who knows? And so, yeah, this is going to be a 10-point win percentage mistake because if we go Tia pens there, we still have a ton of Z risk on the board. I think that's one thing we were aware of is that, luckily we drew the Z, but you still have a ton of Z possibilities here that if you do go for the overlap play over here, you don't open up quite as much vulnerability that way. So if you're thinking about the Z as the thing that you can lose to, then it's pretty obvious that the computer's choice of bingo here is something as good as 10% better at win percentage. This is interesting that it's reading this one as a large mistake. KO. It's recommending it here, actually, because then you would have ARING ending, but where would that even go? Who knows? Yeah, it's kind of interesting that it spots that. Anyway, so best is to actually play off the Z in a top position. That's interesting, but that's starting here. Okay. I was trying to look for an overlap like that. I just did not see the correct one in time. Yeah, that's interesting. That it scores very, very well, but then it doesn't reopen too much. And it's kind of interesting that it's preferred over just going with the same play over here, Z-O-E-A-E. We were considering whether to drop the E there. But I guess maybe that's what is least vulnerable to counterplay, especially if it's considering that maybe there's some kind of bingo lane possibility still available on the overlap. Small mistake actually is 0% loss, but I guess 0% change in win percentage because maybe it's reading at that point that is a guaranteed loss. Maybe that's why it's displaying that way. But then it would read that as a small mistake because of the 4 points down. It also explicitly says that this is a pre-endgame. Just to tell you what mode of analysis it's using, I guess. Anyway, this is saying that this is a large mistake. Yeah, we know that because we missed the ajar spot until it was not available to me anymore from having played the A, but I was down on time, so we saw it after I made the wrong play. And at that point, I had the win anyway, so yeah, at that point we were safe. Okay, so that's 3 games in. Let's look at a couple more. So the one that we looked at already was round 5, and then we'll sift through some of the other ones because they might not be that interesting given the large margins. I think we did request the analyzer for number 4, though, because that was the close loss. So let me zip over to round 4, and we'll see what we can reveal. Yeah, once again, we'll just walk through the equity table first just to see the plays. Readmits, as opposed to this location, well, whether it's vertical or horizontal, whatever, that's obviously, yeah, leaving the massive S hook on the end. I can see why my opponent doesn't do that for a 4-point difference. I was trying to figure out what to do with the X here. I guess I was holding on a little too desperately to bingo possibilities, but we'll have to see how it comes out in the sim. I felt like the thing we should have actually gone for was kicks up the top, this play here. When I saw it after I made the other play, I felt like this was clearly best, but we'll see if the sim agrees. Ovisac, that's interesting. That's something egg related, right? Like an egg sac? Yeah. And yeah, no bingos available here. Readmit, I should have seen it. I do know it as the hook, but I didn't think about it at the time. That looks very good, actually. I was trying to find some way to play off packs. And my opponent does not see doubloons, which must be some kind of doubloon, maybe? Same thing? Yeah, it is a doubloon. And no bingos for me here, so we just play off the X. Then lots of stuff here available. We'll see if I chose very poorly by going Ornator, or... Well, we'll see what happens. So yeah, I picked Craniate over here. I don't know between all of these ones which ones take S and which ones don't. And that's a big consideration. And that's something that I'm sure will show up in the sim, that if something in this set does not take the back S, I think it's clearly what would be best. Some of these possibilities are pretty good too. They score less, but they're not leaving the bottom open in quite the same way. And so we'll see, because we actually lost 5 points on challenging the S afterwards. And then, yeah, here, that beautiful overlap with Welt. What did I even do on this turn? We went shy over here. Yeah, maybe that's quite bad, actually. I should have considered this, actually, given that I have the T to take that as a setup, but we'll have to look at how it looks. I was desperate to get rid of the Y there on that turn, and that might not have been the best way to do it. But we'll see how bad. So ideate, this was the miss that basically cost the game. We talked about that one earlier, that I saw ideate, and I didn't bother to look at the V that had just come down, because I was a little too glued to the previous idea of ideate being the plan B. And ideative should have been a very, very easy spot there, given that we were already holding things in the right order. And the inquire here for the Q on that spot, even with 6 tiles, being a bingo score there. Yeah, but pretty clear to me that actually we lost this game on missing ideative. I don't know that I have anything better to do at this point in the end game. Oh, I was the one holding inquire. Yeah, so I missed it. Yeah. Because I thought the top would be much better, but with one in the bag, obviously we play off the H. It's going to go quite nicely with almost everything there. So that's absolutely a big miss. And actually, given that's a 20-point loss, that might even have allowed me to catch. You know, with the potential out and two advantage of having H plus 1 tile and having the 20-point advantage of Inquire, we might have missed a winning chance there by missing Inquire. So we'll see what happens when we run it through. So yeah, it prefers exit, prefers Apex. Apex off of... oh yeah, off of pre-admit, where we were looking at packs. The Miss Bingo there, it prefers EXO by a very small margin in pretty much the same spot. Probably affected by the fact that having LO there is better for giving myself a plausible bingo line. That's what I potentially see as being the case there, with why I would actually prefer playing off the E, because it gives you space to follow up. So yeah, it slightly prefers the bingo that comes down on here, ending with KIPE. And I guess positionally that might work out better. It's a 1-point advantage. Small mistake, though. And Craniate it actually likes. Interesting. So craniate the sim agrees with. And in fact, it doesn't agree with my opponent spending the S there on gins. Preferring JUN for a very close score. Coming down here. And then keeping the S available for a follow-up that's going to be under craniate. Recommending that I also play off the L4. Glyph. Gliff. I don't think I knew it. Glyph. An unexpected view of something that startles one. A sudden fear. Anyway, here it's, instead of reels, it's saying that I should have gone for else as an underlap over here. Yeah, I can see that. Had I seen that, I would have thought about taking it. Instead, we left that spot open for the massive W play over here. This is considered a large mistake. And it prefers on 10I HYNDE. I'm not sure I knew it. It's from Spencer. A female deer. Comes right before the drop of golden sun. And this is going to continue here. This is considered a slight mistake. But then, of course, you know, look at this. 40% down in terms of win percentage. So yeah, ideative, again, game-losing mistake. For sure. Inquire, 87.5 loss in win percentage. Because Inquire, I think, basically gives you a winning route. So yeah, essentially this was our second game-losing mistake because Inquire gets you over the line from what it's calculating here with H drawing into anything else. Wouldn't be surprised if it's, you know, 87.5% down because it actually was either a win or a win with 7 out of 8 tiles. Actually, yeah, no, if you think about it, it would be, say, 87.5% winning chance as opposed to 0% winning chance if it's seeing a win with 7 out of 8 draws. That's what would be going on there. I wonder which draw it is that doesn't work. We'll have to look at it. But if you're keeping H, maybe it's the D or something. I don't know. No, you'd have some possibilities with... No, well, no, if Inquire is taken, then that's not available. So, yeah, we'd have to think about that. But essentially, it's seeing that you only lose to 1 draw at that point. And what do we even know was in the bag at that point? We have my opponent holding AADPRTU, so we drew the other R, so you'd have RH after Inquire. And yeah, it looks like you definitely have spots for the out and 2 because you've got E's to play through and all that. So yeah, so we basically missed a win by missing Inquire. Okay. So like I said, we did look at round 5 already and didn't request a sim because it was just a pretty clear loss. Let's just page through 6, 7, 8 quickly. Yeah, 6, this was the one that was a blowout in my favor. Or no, this was the one that was a blowout in my... Yeah, no, this was the one that was the blowout in my favor. So let's take a look at it. It would be nice to see the ELO estimate for this, but I'm already at cap. So... And it's more interesting to use it for the games where we have mistakes worth looking at. So yeah, you've got the 5 per day limit. Oh, I actually hadn't seen this note before. The one that says Contributors who run the analysis worker get 20 requests per day. Yeah, because basically if you offload some of the computing power to do it, then your cap is raised if you shoulder some of the computational burden. I don't think it said that previously the last time I tried to request it at cap. But anyway, we'll just see here. I did see, we had discussed that I missed out Brave because I basically had it on my rack and I backed off from it. Wow, reed stops. Look at that. That must be a musical thing, right? Yeah, an organ stop that is made up of or that controls a rank of reed pipes. So we did get Strodels over here. Outdress, we might have seen. Top dress, I actually don't know that I would have tried it. To apply fertilizer to soil, interesting. But anyway, we saw one of a few possibilities. And I'm not going to regret that too much. Missed thingamy. Thingamy, a term used for an object or person used when the correct name cannot come to mind. Interesting. So, all right, because if you don't remember the name of something, then you say it's a thingamy. Maybe. I guess if you know your ing bingos that don't end in ing, you might remember this. It's very close. It's one tile off from anything, right? It's anything, but with an M instead of the N. So if you see anything and wish that you were one tile off, then you got a thingamy. Yeah, like a thingamabob. That's exactly it. That's what the definition is suggesting here. But anyway, not too dissatisfied with Gamify here. Look at that. Only 12 points down in equity, given that we're still keeping the blank. So I actually kind of wonder how that one sims. I mean, well, we'll see. And Zither over here. Wither scores well as well, because Z is extremely valuable, particularly in Collins, but we'll see. And yeah, so I played Unswore here, but we missed some of the possibilities for going double-double, including some that were actually pretty easy to see. But we did catch Unswore. So, but that's clearly an equity loss from just not placing properly. And yeah, my opponent's dealing with pretty bad situations at this point. And trying to keep things open with a fork. Tribal, interestingly enough, this would take an LY after it if you wanted to extend it. This was, I think, clearly a bad play, but I was really stuck. I should have seen Barrack. I was looking for something like that. I wanted to get rid of the B and the C, and Barrack is actually a pretty easy word. So yeah, Citral is correct. I was considering Citral for a moment, and I backed off from it for some reason. But we definitely needed to get rid of something heavy, and this was just kind of a play that happened because I was burning too much time and wanted to get out of that situation when I was ahead. So that was very clearly wrong. Oh, this is so close to Ugonia, but it's not it. If you have an O instead of an A, you've got Ugonia in there. Must have been very disappointing to see that not happen. Because imagine if you had like Ugonia going off the left side over here. This is Aeolian, and then Aeolian's not going down. Oh, look at that. Metabuli and Tabuli. Tabuli. Oh, it's an alternate spelling of Tabuli. Well, the other Tabulis that are a little more familiar, Scrabble-wise, perhaps. And that you're going to see, I think it's an anagram bailout. Yeah, Tabuli goes with bailout. And with just Tabulis, maybe that's something else as well. But anyway, Tabuli, this very interesting spelling is possible. Not the best one though. That would be this one over here. And then this is where my opponent stages a big comeback attempt here. He's got gain leader. Luckily, we've got the X here because we've got to stay ahead of handrail. I was trying to look for a way to not spend both my E's. This spot over here with Nova on the left side of Ova, we do take advantage of at the very end of the game. But at this point, I'm just trying to take advantage of the fact that we have such a huge lead and not create anything too catastrophic. We did talk about missing Octagon when that came up earlier, but I did see an out and two sequence, which is why we went this way. Okay, so that's that round. That was round 6, I think. Let's go back and see the ones that remain. And yeah, round 7, because the scoreline was close, I felt like we played poorly in some places, but I did request the computer reading on this one, and I expect it's not going to be very flattering. But let's take a look at what the available plays were first. Wow, interesting word here. Knowles. Oh, okay, it's the same thing as KNAWE, which is a 5 that is a good one to know. And yeah, I just played TOIE, not in this spot. I don't think I would have considered that spot necessarily, given the E position, but entity teen T, I guess something in his teens, maybe, or like teen C. Oh, pretty good high probability one to know, actually. Teen tier. Teen tier. And then we saw nitride in this spot. Oh, I actually didn't think about the E hook on weight. Fetwa, I'm pretty sure it's just a fatwa, right? Yeah. And then Plasher, I didn't see the 8s here. Plethora. Oh, we should have seen that. Shrapnel is a nice one. And Ralph does a 7 here as well, but we'll see how the sim looks in that one. Positionally speaking, I kind of like playing across nitride better, I think, but we didn't see it, so that's just what we had to deal with. And then got here Gaucho does better with an IT leave instead of IO. If you know your pastas, you have Vongoli over here. And then, yeah, this was a tricky turn. I was trying to dump some vowels. I didn't see it overlap, otherwise I would have taken it. Clearly made a bit of a bad play here with IO. But again, if we'd seen the other possibilities to dump vowels a little more heavily, we would have taken it for sure. So Omen, we kind of took that as a moment to kind of panic and start obstructing. I don't know if that's going to be right. This is one of those situations where, because we're kind of working on reacting to the opponent by inference of the situation, that the sim might actually be more punishing than it needs to be when it comes to evaluating just how bad this was. Because definitely this is one of those plays that is swayed by player psychology. That's a fish one. Then, yeah, at this point we're just trying to block up a little bit. Snotrag's going to go down anyway. Isba, interesting. It's a log hut. And yeah, I think we kind of fell apart in the final sequence here. After Snotrag, we didn't really know what to do. So those turns will be worth looking at. And yeah, no out sequence near the end, and no time to look at it. Okay, let's look at the computer analysis. So it's going to say that I actually did play the right exchange, but that was a fairly obvious one, I think. This is also correct. This was a bingo miss on my opponent. It's preferring entity, keeping E, but entity does score quite well, so. And then it does like the other spot for nitride going on the right side of weight. Quite a bit better, actually, given the point difference there. Yeah, leaves much less floating around, I guess, for the board. It kind of obstructs the L lane as well. So we'd be looking at, what is it, this spot here for nitride instead. Leaves much less open on top, leaves much less open around the L. You can absolutely see why it came out that far ahead, even not accounting for the score. Preferring Chaptrol over Plasher. Again, I kind of expected that a play across nitride would be doing best. So I'd be looking at Chaptrol here. And then a couple of plays that are pretty clear for both of us. Preferring Cough over Caught. Actually, yeah, why don't we just do Cough? Keep AIT. That's quite a bit better, actually. Preferring Vongoli and Oldie. This is considered a very large mistake. And yeah, I kind of knew we were getting into trouble there, just opening up too much and not dumping enough. Preferring Indole here. Where? L9. Oh, going through here. Because we still keep our own S for the S hook down below, but we obstruct a little bit. That opens up the board quite a bit, though. That's kind of interesting that it does that well. I guess the game is pretty close to even at this point, and so given the tiles that we're keeping, it's favoring a bit of openness to actually capitalize on our own S. And did not see the possibility of Adonis over on here. I was trying to look for something that would stretch, particularly because we were looking to do some kind of obstruction after the fish of B. Ring toss is preferred because ring toss does go under here. But Snot Rag is going to do pretty well. Ring toss is up by 7% though, so using up the triple and the 11 points extra does seem to matter quite a bit. Now, it's saying that I should have gone IGAD over here. IAD, keeping BIES. But taking out that spot and scoring better. So yeah, 20% loss on the win rate on that one. So that's potentially something that would have been a big game losing moment. This is a big game losing moment. So we were trying to figure out what to do here. And it likes the setup. I didn't think about the setup. It's seeing like a 40-something point difference. So it's, yeah, I didn't even look at this because this is a setup moment here for sure. We've got the other S. We are keeping ERISV. We have the S. We have the very distinct possibility of hitting this with a heavy tile, and there's no block because my opponent does not have anything that will go over B. So U and I will not go there. There's nothing that will go S something I. There is nothing that's going to stretch here. We actually have a bulletproof setup. It does empty. It leaves you one in the bag, but apparently it's seeing the win for that. I guess it depends on what you draw out of it. I don't know from reading this as a win rate loss of 43.8%. Like how much is it actually reading the win rate? That's something that I can't see off of the current interface. Is it telling me that that's actually a win, or is it just, you know, like 40% win rate as opposed to 0% win rate? Yeah, because you used a B, You have the possibility of having something like, Vise over here at the very least. So it depends very heavily on what you draw. With one in the bag, I mean, I wonder what the actual win percentage we're looking at is here. Because essentially, I wonder how many of the draws this actually works with. I mean, if you have something like F, for instance, F or D will just win because you got fives and dives. And actually, look at this. You've got a couple of them that are pretty clearly going to give you a win. Because D, F, and L and R, and I for Ivies, actually. All of these draws, and C for Vices, all of these draws give you a hit. The U was the last tile. So I wonder if that's still a loss then, because if the U was coming out last. But I think what it's seeing here is at the very least, I can see a win with a setup on 6 out of 8 draws. But then if the U comes out, then there's no out. So maybe that's one of the few losing routes then, because then you have to deal with the V, right? But then maybe if you play Vise here, I kind of wonder if that scores enough. I mean, you're taking a pretty big point sacrifice though by playing 5 points over here, and then Vise would be 54, I think. 51, I think. And then you'd have one tile that you need to deal with, which is the U. So between the two plays, you would have 51 on Vise, 5 on Sib. So you got 56 points and then deal with the U. I wonder. Yeah, it's 51 off of Vise because of the setup on Sib. That's the whole point. So we missed a really interesting moment here, I guess. And then, yeah, so, and then we just lose from there. Because at that point, I was thinking that was lost just from what I was seeing. But we did not consider the setup possibility. And had we looked at the pool, that was an extremely promising pool for it, even with the U draw maybe being a problem at the end. Because, well, with the U draw, I think maybe we can't catch. Because let's say we play this Sib 325. Then let's say my opponent is playing the same kind of thing, right? Where you've got a 325 after this play, then you got 388 minus a bunch after this play. Zoro might actually lose at that point because if you have minus 18 on this, then we need to beat 370 from a score of 325. Actually, then Vise goes up quite a bit, or okay, no. Because, yeah, you'd still be down by too much with a U, because my opponent would be on turn with this rack and just needs to outrun the U, and then they can easily outrun the U. Right? Because, like, basically my opponent would be looking at 388 on this turn. I'd be looking at 376 on this turn. And then outrunning the U should not be too much of a problem. Because even with Fid here, 411, say, for 399. So even assuming that my opponent plays the exact same plays as before, if we're keeping U at that point, then we'd have to score enough to get over 393 to tie, 394 to win. So what you need, I'm seeing that you need 16 with U. If you assume that my opponent plays the same stuff, which they might not. Okay, so, but then again, but still, given an unknown bag, the fact that you have at least a win with 6 out of 8 draws, and who knows if you have some kind of possibility even with the Z, because maybe you can still do something interesting with 2 plays if you draw the Z as the last tile, where you still go Vise and then dump out the Z somewhere else for a decent number of points. Are you saying that that route loses by 8? Or is it the U route that loses by 8? But yeah, definitely other than U and Z, though, everything else is out in 1 after the setup. I'm glad we saw that. That was a really interesting situation, even if we didn't play it the way we should have. Yeah, and you're saying that I still lose after the C. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that was the margin of it we needed to get over after the same plays. Okay, let's look at the last one, although the last one we just got blown out, so it's probably not that interesting. And I mean, there was the nestings miss, obviously. That was the one thing to look at on this one. And yeah, after my opponent has the exchange 1, we handed him a bingo. BAFTA, we're going to remember that one for sure. And then, yeah, this was maybe not unreasonable. Oh, yeah, that reminds me to check Giantiest because we were talking about that much earlier. It is good. Not that we had to eat to play through it, but yeah, so stintings and nestings, missed them both. Given that I was looking at tensing plus S, we basically just needed to transpose 2 tiles to see nestings, and that was a terrible mistake. Faxable, look at that, if my opponent sought a place to go with it. And yeah, this is a problem. I didn't see this possibility. Obviously, keeping NG is much, much better than keeping PG by a significant margin. But this is a difficult game anyway, this one. And oh, missed this. I was kind of looking at this too. I don't think I knew it confidently. I saw Carpal. I don't know if that is Collins only to take the extra E at the end. We should check that. I don't remember if I would have seen this. Oh, I must have. I must have. It's good in both lexica. I should have definitely noticed. Carpal with an E. I have to remember that. Because I was absolutely looking at that on the rack and shied from it. Look at that. Lots going on there with the H in that position. But again, I was trying to take the middle lane to leave lanes open. My opponent already has the blank on this one and gets TVs down. And we got Unhood over here. Oh, I was trying to look at some way to play Union. I missed this Union. And taunting does better because it's an out. We did talk about that earlier when we finished the game. It's my only out, in fact, by the looks of it. No, it's not my only out, but the other outs are too low scoring to catch up to unhooding, so. Seemingly so, anyway. Okay, that's it for that one, so. Anyway, that's going to be 4 and 4 on the day. I'm glad we took the time to look at things. We won't always have the time, given that we're starting even later than we used to. But we'll come back for this group as often as we can. In terms of the main program that we're getting back to in the middle of next week, we are very close to the end of 9 Souls, so we'll probably finish that in the week ahead. And we'll just kind of take it week to week to see how we're doing for the Scrabble schedule, because they were running 10 rounds for a couple of weeks, but given adjustments for the turnout, they started reducing to 8 recently, and sometimes we're doing 6 some weeks. But whenever it's convenient for me to stream, I will do so. Thank you so much for joining me for today's stream, for however long you were able to stay. Glad we got to show off some of the new analysis tools, even though it took a long time, about an hour to actually walk through the games after the early finish we had. But thanks again for watching, and we'll pass you on to somewhere else. Enjoy everything that you may be doing over the rest of your weekend, and as always, fare thee well.